you, and the conversation will be held with Dr. Homen Thangzam, Associate Professor, IGNTU. These are today's program, and finally, concluding remarks will be given by Dr. T.H. Binarani Devi, Principal, Ideal Girls College. So to begin today's program, I would like to call upon Professor Chongtham Priyoranjan, Manipur University, to come up on the dais and take your respected seat, and Professor Bhagat Oinam, Jawaharlal Nehru University, to come up on this stage and take your respected seat. And finally, I would like to call upon Mutum Yurimba, PhD, JNU, to come up on the stage and take your seat. And the conversation will be on the topic of bridge between generation, reconceptualizing and conceptualizing Manipur. Thank you very much, sir. And before we start the conversation, I would like to have a proud privilege to call upon respected veteran Alan Singh, retired general, to come up on the stage and please honor Professor Chongtham Priyoranjan, Professor Bhagat Oinam, and Mutum Yuremba with traditional Lingyan fee. Tin biriba khwai punamakna thawrama sibo punung thogat piboina dais thangta lengkhat piriba khwigi ojani amadi yoiremba bu pokding thogat piboina ahoba khubak khubina na baning shingjari. Hauzige khwigi ahanba session gi conversation asi haunabagi shem saba loijare. Conversation asi ekwigi lamdam Manipur sigi maramda hauzik lairiba naharol amadi kwigi miyai chalaba sing sigi marakta lairiba kwigi gap asi khara khajiktang oishu mention na ba ngamna na bagi damakta pangthok chaba dugumba thauramani amani lengshin biriba khwai punamakna thawai changna ekwai conversation asi amutang mapung phana saruk yaminasi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and a very warm afternoon to everyone present here, all the bureaucrats, ex-bureaucrats, journalists, businessmen, professors, and students, and all other from all walks of life. And thank you, the organizer, Manipur Thinkers Forum, for organizing such a grand event. Thank you all. And let me now officially begin the first session. And I also thank Professor Chongtham Priyoranjan for being here on the dais, on the seat, and also Professor Bhagat Oinam to be present here so that we can finally have a conversation between two generations. I think it's one of a kind, and in fact, first of a kind in Manipur, that two generations are going to have a dialogue in front of the live media, and perhaps this is a way forward. So the program began as a conception with Professor Priyoranjan and Professor Bhagat Oinam, somewhere back in Delhi, when we had a program organized by Delhi Manipuri Society called Deep Talks, in which we were talking about the Act East policy, over which we were talking about the generational gap that is there in the sense of the intellectual tradition. So Manipur, if we look back in history, has been a sort of power, although not a world power, but a regional power, not only just because of the military might that we had in history, but also because of the intellectual tradition that we had. And looking back from the past into what the present is today, and then looking on forward into the future, we realize that there is some sort of a gap in the intellectual tradition, and therefore we need to bridge the gap to strengthen our Manipur. So that is how the conception of this program began, and then the organizers were helpful enough to make that into reality. And now we have covered why the program. I would like to say on why this program is important. In one sense, let me theorize a bit, and I think professors would. Sorry. Let me theorize a bit, but the professors would obviously decode the theorization, and that is how we will take the program forward today. In one sense, we are living in a liberal democracy, like it or not. And in a liberal democracy, where we have a prime minister, where we have a chief minister, where we have a legislative assembly, where we have a parliament and all that, one key component of a liberal democracy is the public sphere. And the public sphere is a space where we can have dialogue, where we can have, so to say, communicative action, where the citizens can come together, form public opinion, talk about discourses, and then take the future forward in a sort of participatory democracy, which is not just confined to the assembly or to the parliament, and that is the essence of organizing this program as well. So that covers it. And then we will also be talking about the realities that exist today in Manipur in terms of the structures that we cannot see. For example, social structures, the economic structures, and all the other structures, so that we can come to sense of what holds our future forward. So with that, let us start the conversation with Professor Bhagat. And Professor Bhagat is by training philosopher, and he deals particularly in the field of existentialism. Existentialism is a branch of philosophy that deals with the question of our being, of why do we exist. So I think it would be right for Professor Bhagat to start the conversation as to how do we conceptualize a Manipuri. Professor.
Thank you, Yorimba, and also my gratitude to Manipur Thinkers Forum for inviting me. The idea of who is a Meitei or Manipuri is a big question. I hope we can be bilingual. Is that fine? Yamna nungaiba issue amakhakna masidagi hana haujage 3rd May gi mamangda Manipuri haiba idea si Meitei khatang na own tawbadongna thengna jai aina Chandigarh da tamba matamda Chandigarh Manipuri Students Union haibasida Manipuri Students Union Chandigarh haibasida Manipur dagi lakpa Naga Singh Kuki Chin Ichin Ninau Singh Sina Yawning Din hai. First, the thing that the condition they say is Manipuri haiganu Manipur hayo. So the idea of who Manipuri is somehow seems to have been appropriated or somehow by our design or by historicity. Meitei da confined to ubadongna hana thengna jai. Meitei singsina Manipuri haiba atei singsina haidaba. Yam nungaiba mana 3rd May gi irang sigi matungda Meitei singsi Manipuri en hairaktreba Meitei en haire. All the organizations suddenly mushrooming in Delhi, everyone is calling themselves as Meitei Heritage, Meitei Delhi, Meitei's coordinating committee, only one organization that survives. Irang dugi mamang the sahi tara mari mangagi mamang the form togi but Delhi Manipuri Society and recently I am the president. Adu gatang Manipuri kauragale howe. All other organizations that has come up for the integrity of Manipur in the last 11 months, all are calling themselves as Meitei. It's a boon in disguise. So we are firm, we are not shy anymore to say that we are Meitei. Then who is Manipuri? That is a question that we have to ask. Masigi matang sida aina ahan sindagi tajabada. Ai oinadi mayano professor ne hagi baya ai di huzik su ahan sindagi hagleta dum tana wasali. And it is life is always a learning process for me. Manipur haiba entity se. Even if it came up very late, Garib Niwas ki matamdagi oiragasu, madugi mamang da su maming tongan ba mawanga madadi existence amadi yamna chawna leiramme haibasidi chien ba yararoi da ba famne. As long as 1100 written script leiramdana loyam ba singye na terms of governance, norms of governance, instruction oina state formation gi chawna saktam ama leiramma ba lam ne haijariba kanglup amane haijariba aduna Manipur hairiba idea sida Meitei singi role si yamna chawna lei haibasi amadi chen ba yararoi da wapam ne tawbatabu aina submit tawjaring si aigi generation se I am in late 50s but those who are in 60s and 70s and I hear many of them akhoi gi nostalgia amada Manipur Haivasi, somehow the Meiteis have guarded this land called Manipur. And it is our responsibility to retain it. Haibagi wakalona machathabadona huzik pawu uyeba. Maduna su oirambaya ekoida huzik sibaki dana chongthorpangam bibasi. Tawbadabu aina mayam da submit tawjari di history ki process da nothing remains permanent forever. Identity comes, identity goes. New identity emerges, many more people comes into the line. Meitei hairibasi kanano ana yenguragadi aidi Meitei nate mangang dagi lakpadu aidi khuman neba. Tawbadabu khuman su integrate tawgrini moirang na last integrate tawgrini. That is how Meitei emerged. And akoina aina haiba kanda mamang the interview amada yam sawna amana commentary cookie singbu Meitei da yawe hairisi kamaina hairino. I want the Aina Palubakan, Uzadu Hairakano high, but I think I don't have to hide all the time. So, guys, I'm Sikarai Dagino, Moirang Tim Karai Dagino. See, Adum Yang Bioba, absorbed the Grivani. Kurkul the Lady Mayam, Sain, field work, the research over they are all Burmese origin. Aduna Manipur Haribul Lamsida, Maitaina lit the Ragasu. The very identity of Meitei is not one homogeneous community. Different communities na pullaga, charu marona raga, chatna totna raga, semla kiba kanglup neva Manipur harisi. Naga sinchu masih changri medu Meitei one gribani. Kuki sinchu changa agasi the Meitei one gribani. Kuki hairan akoi na at least last 11 months ida akoi sing ngau reva. Kuki hairaga tilai kumbi chubadamna. As if Hagasarani Havagi Potam, the fact is they have also been part of this. Uziki crisis in a Tongan Bishu Amaniko Madudi Konatanarasi. Manipur Hariba idea si Simaina Punna Tonaraga Meitei Hariba Kanglups in a Litoragadi Lakre, over the Boo. Aina Samit of Janingisi, maybe Oza can take it forward. 1949, August Aquina. Independent Pangya had a lower heresy, controversial, but 47, the 49 Bauki, 47 August, the Horaga, 49 October Bauki Manung Sida. Manipurgi political elites and experiment to give idea to Omtang Yang Biova. Aina submit to Janingidi. Nangi traditional Meitei legacy, Amadusu Maharaja, Maming the Leva. Taubatabu. Constituent Assembly to the Chingi mi, Tamgi mi, Muslim population, proportional representation, ama semaga experiment ma taunabagi democratic setup ama. experiment taunanaba kan honarambra na ai khalleba aduga monarch tu di dum maitai ning thodi dum leiba manipur gi ning thona tutelar oina thamaga elected representatives ki aduga ethnic line da represent taunana honaramba se akhoi gi maitai gi 1949 gi political elite sing duna try to wow ki laibak thig ri 49 da akhoi si merge to gi badagi somehow akhoi gi electoral akhoi right to the matkre dana part si lakhi badagi aduna aina submit tawjaning idi somewhere where Meiteis have continued to retain that legacy and also responsibility of bringing this idea of Manipur till that. But the same Meiteis in 1947, our own elders tried to have a proportionate representations of those who will govern this place. Aduna akhoi da tradition ga modernity ga gi tu na chana na bagi try amadi tawkhibra na khalle madu akhoi na hujik public sphere da akhoi gi people to contact da akhoi gi wakhal lon da khanba amadi change ba akhoi na maitai khaktang na manipur sem ga da natti sem ge khallaga di madu kui na chat piyar oi heba masi oina thamjage ai problematize oina thamaga masi punna integrate tawminnaraga kanglup khudingmak chaminarba tabane ba masida whether if you like it or not aigi legitimacy aigi hegemony kairakani hairagasu somewhere democracy chatpa taragadi we have to play with that hoi mapandagi migration gi issue na singbaduna tuana nainarase du idea of manipur city aigi oinati it cannot be hegemonic but it has to be democratic representations. And this is not Bhagat Oinam saying, it was tried out in 1947 by our own elders' generations.
Thank you, Oja. Oja, adu makata jarakpada. The idea of Manipur say it's not just the Meiteis per se, but Meiteis are of course taking a lead in that. I think Professor Priyoranjan should have a say in that, whether you would agree on that or not. But more than that, Professor, if you could also explain in terms of the economic formation of how we can conceptualize Manipur in terms of how it was formed in terms of the economic history.
The idea of Manipur, see, Bhagatna.
On the way.
Tabiram. The idea of Manipur is essentially a Meitei concept. Similarly, it cannot be denied. But idea of Manipur said, masi ay kuina Manipur haiba nation amagi haijarage within India, a sub-nation. Maki identity formation is that Meitei singna originally low kiba conceptualization do madu over time pre-colonial period ta colonial period ta modern state la ko sida that concept and idea of Manipur do have we as the lead community akoina madu matamgi matung inna akoina semdokpa ngamgi darbrai bisine akoi mangalai because an identity oiro any society da transformation is the essence of existence akoina stagnant oiraba hanik pedo oba adorgadi it will be always challenged by forces which are within us or which is exogenous or global in nature. Sini ay ko ngasi face to with dilemma se. Aduna any community, any nation in the process of transformation of society or social transformation, we have to be with the times, with the people. Which is suddenly made three mamang the there was absolute confidence in us that major community wherever Nagas, Makoisu cool down Taure, the idea of Manipur, the insurgency of the Lakpa, the Giamu Anjalairaga, they were slowly coming back to the idea of Manipur. Adu hek hobudagi the idea of Manipur is the help tora ba ethnic group amana suddenly hok pase that is the question whether a koina the idea of Manipur se magi transformation sida I could stagnant oina leiru rabra haibidi issue ne yam samna have global politics kangak ba India have a nation the needs ka ka the koi say I mean we as a community and a state government as a did we not think sufficiently akoina akoigi madugi mistakes into karino karito gadiga haibido madune loksaki. Now the question is what is the idea of Manipur sesida karino butawri basi. I think Manipur na the idea of Manipur akoina mimic tawri basi Southeast Asia gi magi social formations nation state emerged with maduni mimic tawri basi koise loose federation of different ethnic communities adugi loose federation na punjal le hare haraga akhoi gi state ai se loyum gi matamda state formation to complete oire ka haidana 11th century da kaina haidibasi maduda tawri but it was not through war, it was through some chieftains clans ingi marakta kara kara khenaba leiragasu inter clan or inter chiefships ki marakta kara differences leidana haife china ragasu ultimately equisi yamna democratic oiba monarchical oidaba monarchical oire heraga Southeast Asia the oiriba loose federation haibitare adana piba singsina clan head singsina makhoina punjal heraga ningthau ba heram dribani aduna pakhang basai da mana head of the heads habido khwaidiki maru oiba piba ne hairaga matiki concept ta democratic oina phamdo humbumari haptana mantri ga kase phambo humbumari dudagi khallerga taraga khanda it was a democratic society where the monarch pakhangbugi absolute dictatorial organ was leitaba ai ko isa adugumba yamna loosely structured and a democratic polity and social organization the same given that continued to heraga marak sechida koina 16th century da 17th century da you know Hinduism lakpa hore the Muslims came in and ideology that they koise validity maitegi that maitegi ideology or religion do ko animism do dum leiri ajere leiri aduna koina yamna democratic oiba aduga collectivist oiba Southeast Asia the word is aduni community is more important than the individual I say maduki that sort of collectivist oiba nationhood ama state ama akoina loimbagi matamda achieve tawkhibado akoi ideology di amasung akoi gi social organization do democratic social collectivist organization oiba aruga akoi religion sisu animist oirga na human oiba nan hierarchical oiba haibetare even the rank foul like them haibetare ningthau pongbo tara haibidu he did not necessarily have a distinct rank at the later have hierarchical and rank later baduma social organization oigidabane ideology. Now madu ko Hinduism lakpu matam dadi madu da change have the social transformation do madu ningthau na logi bitaw because Hinduism have ideology do dadi akoi ge society se in a more rationalized in a more structured oiba adu oigani niom niti inba institution sing leiba khotba haitna probably the Maharaja Garib Nawaz na hairesi magna khandana this social transformation is necessary haitna khanbo eramgani aduna that Hinduism se masi lokshan no tamda resistance leiragasu somehow the people adopted it. Social transformation number 1 madudati akhoigi hana leirimu democratic polity aduga rent society dugi dagi king nathokre heraga lae conflict leye tensions and hairiba ideology which is mainly dictated by religion ko adudagi culture and values lakadurni masi paradigm change asi Hinduism lakadi laibodo all over South Asia you will see it adana bagan haibiri banga saigi modernity and tradition haibedo madu at every epochal time akoina yamna tradition se sanami tami sini same thing adana dharma se ideology se Islam or Buddhism or we have been syncretic all over Southeast Asia akoi own values lairi hari our values exist our traditional values exist aduna this tension of ideologies se sina akoi social transformation se social transformation si materialistic oiba world da chatkadra western type of bureaucratized ka Weberian iron cage the laitana yamna materialistic nation am chatkadra high biduga som da koi value system dana ideology dana koi values dana traditional values du remnants me yamna strongly labor because Southeast Asian people including we in the Northeast India I koi yamna religious so kabune we are very religious not in terms of a Hinduism, Islam, religion as religion, some sort of a spiritual being though. Aduna, masi ngasiba udan layiri haba masi clash. So, I could see ideologically neither here nor there. Similarly, aduna, idea of Manipur is that as long as ako nga sagi sana mahigi, adi masina dictate torpa ako ranking se. Laikai sida mayra pa ibising na maru koi bra. Laikai sida al na maru koi bra. Naak na mantri ora ay bungo na idolibni. So that value system sing do ay koi da hani traditional kanus ideologies da lay ribi sing do mo we remnants sing do koi da adapt do bangam da bagi issues sing sine ba koi na udi bis ay sum concept. Aduna di kam do re generational gap tana hujik seisida naha singi marakta an singi marakta su masi clash la ya na kharna yamna rational oiba progressive oiba the modern global society adom do adugi value system pa indigenous Manipur da hausa ba koi college tamba koi school tamba koi khungang da leiba naha singna the idea of Maitai chauvinism Silairi. Aduna, these dichotomies we'll see all over Southeast Asia. And I quite demand the lady was said. I quite create the idea of Manipur, which later on Naga su Kuki su include the Herega Yamune. Peripherals then I can tribute low Manung Dutan Manu villages in the Yamkana Kanoto Luzoina, but the idea of Manipur was being built up by us. Aduna in hygienic masiki conflict madu akoina akoigi social transformation yam critical bit juncture ni masida akoina right steps low ragadi the idea of Manipur itself may break up anytime
Wonderfully put. In terms of the political development, let's say, I'm not trying to put us against each other in sense of the communities, but Naga society, let's say, or let's say Naga community to use a better word. Naga community de labor political development in their sense of how they conceptualize themselves as a political being, or in that sense, moi Naga sing na masai akhoi Naga sing na in one sense, masai politics se kamaina engage tawge haibagi their political development siga oja koi maitei gi siga let's get to cookies with Oja Priyoranjan, but for Nagas, Oja sigi sense of being a political being, say engagement in politics, say Nagaga might take a difference. Oja can explain to we.
Can you elaborate a little more? I'm not very.
So let's say, for example, to be very clear, concretely, let's say I have spent around 6-7 years of my life in JNU. People who are doing their PhD. When we talk about Manipur and the idea of Naga, idea of Maitai and all that, they seem to be more heightened in one sense. More heightened in one sense about their idea, their political identity, so to speak. And whereas for us Maitais, it's a little bit different. We are sort of detached.
See, now he is the first one who mentioned about JNU. I didn't. So JNU is in the public sphere nowadays a lot. So, and I don't have any inclination towards electoral politics, so I can be very honest. So I'll tell you candidly. Kitang mayamna ingondati kitang kano oy and the hierarchy chauvinistic oy and hierarchy. But the point is, Naga, Kuki, and all these communities, their political identity that has come up in the Northeast, even Mijos included, is fairly different from Assamese and Manipuris, Meiteis particularly. Karigino na haina haivakanda, sigi political national identity of these communities. Tribals hierarchy ko ado akhoi jo hojik tribe oidoramnina yam lure vaise ST oidoramnina, so who is to be tribal, who is not?
Better not assume.
No, there are many friends who is going to pick me by the neck. British colonialism ki hegemony neba ayamba naga hariba term se karam kanda ki lakyeva, Kuki hariba term se karam kanda ki lakyeva. These are all after British invasion of this region. Two forms British invasion. One is militarily and politically. Of course, every military controls is subsequently political. Militarily you will be defeated. Then subsequently political establishment comes up. But another point which goes side by side is evangelizing activity of Christianity. Masi angak bapangna Maitai were even targeted. Pettigrew ki first target the Maitai neba. Aduna nationalism ki aspiration amaka yauna sagarla iba Naga nationalism haibi gara Kuki Chin Jo la iba mayam sida one British colonialism ki impact magi military control, administration plus political ideologies side by side Christianity ki kanwa maga evangelizing religious package amaga anisina punna chatpaneba, and they are very new 20th century phenomenon neba, early 20th century phenomenon neba. Nagaland the launch naba matam the 1920s or 30s Kohima ki tawad 1820s or 50s. Whereas Maitai nationalism sidi Manipuri haigadra Maitai haigadra masidi kuiraba chahi lising ani ohum lisang sida tapna sagat khibak furup amagi identity neba. It is much older than colonial discourses. Unfortunately, if we become Christian, then we may also be victim of that political dominance. Akhoi da huji bhagwa survive to wiki instinct ama lairi che. Colonialism ki mamang da ki lakba akhoi ki nationalism me juna anoba loan ni akhoi ki identity se. Empire building ki sigi cultural identity ki forces se koi hanadagi lairakpaduna neba aduna ani se always khena ni aduna akhoi ki maitai ki dilemma jin hoja aina khanjabada. One is nangumba aigumba English theoretical discourses me am trained tauraba public sphere ki self determination ki sovereignty ki si me am si nation state ki si me am si the turaga lairik tamaga wakhalon sagat pa kangu. Whereas we forget that akhoi tonganba trained of historicity of an empire. Empire haidrasu kingdom. Empire de am chawlaga kingdom ama sustain tawraga lakpang expand tawromi pixel lei ko maithi giba mayam ama yauri hojiksu tawrai basine still we are resisting. Aduna masig ethos ama yauri se sidi British na piba na teba British ki mamang dagi leiram bane aduna akhoi maitai singna yengadabadi akhoi gi ida tongda unconsciously subconsciously leireibado madu theorize the woman changne. And this is a challenge to people like me. Western theories, the political theories khatang na inaraga sagatpa aduga ari basing duna kaimta fitin tawangam daba madu fit tawbache akhoi gi greatest challenge neba. Now new education policy da huji indigenous tradition indigenous knowledge kaina laise masi akhoi gi amuk ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯄꯥꯔꯤ ꯄꯨꯔꯤꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯌꯦꯡꯕ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯑꯃ ꯆꯪꯕ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ not to be orthodox but kamaina akoina sustain tawraibano haibado akoigi nationalism se a modern context ta kamaina tu na chatpa ngamdoine se machi achoba challenge ne kanamta ni thijana kan work tawdriba political theories sin akoin tawba ma changbra na ai khalle aduna kaino yore manangna saigi naga singa akoiga khenari se because that is where they began their national identity only in the 20th century. Whereas for us, 1100 Naurim Uza Sana Zawana on Uza Karam Kandano Sibu Maniam Sibam High, a quick is it 10, 11 to Urambay, 12 to Urambay, and no Uzada. The history is a quite the kitten loosely whipped the Rikitan, hardened a quiggy markings yam kanna tawba wat but I just student of philosophy please forgive me sometime century ama ani je ta thedok thejan tawgi bagi post historian natabagi problem adum lai adu 11th century da or 12th century da akoi gi nation building gi picture aga su certain sagat pa horam mi ba pot se madu akoi na khangadabane se naga sing nama hairi ba e noina akoi control toram dena noidi ngahagla amaga chatkibai wane but then your idea of nation and next session the akoigi oja homin yauri he has been working on it Westphalian treaty ki matang the matung in Europe the nation semgala kan the boundary legadawne haiba standing army legadawne haiba crossing tawnadaba the country amagi tawba taragasu permission lawnaba sidi yamna thengna 1600 tara lakpa pot neba masigi sidi aduna maduki idea dagi moina maitei singna control torum de haibaneba akhui ki maitei gi empire building dadi lan tarurani loipot hangurani amuk thamamani chahi gi amuk loipot amuk lawruni and that is what has been happening in Mughal empire na control torum mesu karai de torum gen magi castle du khatan de leram ni se magi fort to the kila do otherwise the what you call agricultural sectors is left out magi matam du moina madu the tax lawru baduna control to bagi sign neba akoina su loipot ka ba hairi se madu control to bagi sign neba aduna even nation building concept si masi akoina nainaba ma changi aduga moigi wakhalong akoigi wakhalong ki khenari se moigi 20th century dagi modern democratic polity or nation building argument to the sagal of port in a much more earlier
thank you Mahatara Kodoja Masai Southeast Asia as a young Matam Doja Southeast Asia itself I think Maitegi political formation or for that matter Maitei politics it is always in a relation to something Aduido Nagagi Matangazu Ozada point out but somehow we are all tied together in the concept of Manipur although in one sense
see I just will tell you one thing in front of all of us is recorded Nico and I see Kaigum Kanda politically incorrect Webiyamna Ngangi Haiba Adu please forgive me let me say it akoigi weakness akoina isana share tawdragadi karaida tawduino akoina hojik kuki gi third mesh digi torok pusida separate administration talena hek tanga phangna saure as if nothing happened earlier challenge leram dabadona 18 June 2001 to karino assembly mai thagribudu without territorial limit and a laga moigi demand separate alternative arrangement and a hybrid alternative arrangement hybrid karino Manipur kaina nabachidi nagagi movements the yaurabaneba akoi gi maitei gi politics akoi gi political leadership ki masi I don't blame them but we need to think about it sincere with the banati ko maitei leadership sin I swear the 2001 the palamba Kanglup Singhugi leaders in sincere. I have no doubt about their sincerity. The Nagagi Tresila, the Maiti Singna, Kuki the Chungjan Badon Ubama. I may be wrong. Subsequent formation of district Mayam, Tugai Raktana, Nagamayam Panga, the Pen the Bagi Saugina. District Kamina Pom Togi. Kampuk Pizikamina Pom Tore. Nagasing register. Then once you form Kampuk district, and you think you are breaking the backbone of the Naga secessionist movement. But what happened is, by default, you started giving seat, though unconsciously, intentionally nattaba. Madugi byproduct high phenomenon hai tare. Kaino da kangpokpi sida kingship sulae kuki group singi pai kuki kanguki plus muigi administrative officers in muigi lae. Village councils में आम की लाइव election दे की लाइव में आम दी municipality councils. So every law is formed by them. अदुना कहीं कोई की कोबरू की कोई बदक मोइना लोइन मक साजल लाइव village expand तो रही बसी legitimate उसे लहला इसी. So somewhere the political leadership at that time, I'm talking about leadership the Meitei. Hujing namukari haige bu public aina social media di yeng bakanda we have to go to the Nagas. As if you know, Kukinas ngawre Nagada tinaba, Nagana ngawre Kuki tinaba, but this is a bad politics. As a majority community, Meiteis have to think. Sai Ozana Haiba lit Torambado. A leader is not someone who plays this chunga chunga toga politics to abhava politics, not there. You are the lead majority. You have the historical legacy. I'm talking about the Meiteis. Then you have the responsibility to look at both disgruntled voices. Ngasi bawk the Meitei political leaders singna, Meitei intelligentsia mayamna, Naga singi claim si kari gidamak to no masida dialogue talk this kari gino. Ay waza hoigi generation ang janing eba. 1960s the UNLF tholakpa adu mamang the pan milla iba, PLA thola iba, pre-park thola iba. See whole issue to the Manipur ki territorial integrity kai gini haibadagi ki badagi natro naharon tholkido. Naharon ki movement se 47 the 49 India the merged hogi but the Naharon ki movement thola ki deba. 60s the thole eba. Because 60s the NNC ki achau move ama kano mogi Nagaland ki achau ama saraga the Manipur ki northern side mein amse loi phag aga pugi beta rahe na madhu ki aki bedagi nongai pai ki bane mamitei ki adu ki matam ki Naharol chintu thawai thadop ki gidri ne. That was a spirit which wanted to retain the integrity of Manipur. But I am asking this question to the elder generation, Ozagi generation, the Nebaina, Sauraga Hangis. Why? What have they done? And that includes my generation. I do 50s Lantara Avaneva. Huzik shudum tauriba, cookie tauragan and Nagada chomba, Naga tauragan cookie the chomba. This is a really bad politics. We have to think it out of the box. Adu kanbangam the Baduna neba, Modi lakti and a bot Tadaru and a Taurevise. Adu the Narendra Modi the Queen Yung Helavaneva. A queen of Hudong, Tinabaya the Hudong, the Huishan is how and Zaravaneva. Self-determination ke sui amna law by koina. Amit Saga Modi Laktragadi Manipur Kai to Renaka the wake up Pinova. I'm asking this question. See double standards Karinova. So I think we have not done our job. And this is not only to the political leadership, political class the intelligence the civil society groups in Karadi Taurami, Ching the Chatana Toba group, I'm a Panjaro, Aina Kanja with the Laiba Taurameva. But somewhere down to the Meitei chauvinism, it's time we have to come out of that chauvinism.
Thank you, Oja. I think you have beautifully put in terms of the roadmap as well. Nagagi, in terms of how our polity has responded to the Naga question has been answered in one sense. That comes now, therefore, the cookie question. Meitei polity, or Manipuri polity, whatever may be the political correct sense term, but Southeast Asia gi migratory pattern the respond toro chakpagi political formation delay, and in that, how are we going to see the polity of Manipur in that sense in what is happening? Manipur was the migration patterns is highway the labor problems. One major issue is also because of their migratory pattern. Please respond to this.
I know Chibu Nahai to Amuk et Tubjeko. Bakat Nahari see, I mean,
provoked
have we failed in leadership? Have the elites failed? Kanano failure is a hybrid. Adan Aigi opening remarks in the Haizagri say, might I ourselves have failed? Aduni Baganasu, Akoi, chauvinism says that Akoi failure behind the lies. Adudain et doctor say, are we made too insular? Insular minded. Belly manung the lang herega. And the Queen lang herega. Delina Tozan Birkin can calibra. A queen is the lang the langaga. So San Pugi cookies in the Okrulgi cookies in a put on the same lac. These are vital existential policy issues. Might take them a day. Any plural society, mata chauvinism issues. Majority natraga power and pie but ethnic group amana. That community or that plural nation durida mahakna the question of equity. I coin a chahi lising ani or a hierarchy. British na chahi tere kontakpaki matungda Manipur da political stability pidana. I koi si mi lising kun kata ngairam bategi Impal Valley sila mi lising ubumanga brown gi matam da ko 1873 da population henglaim niko matam se je tawis kaino British ki dependent security je pi rehega ai khoi gi martial tradition gi madu gi values ka kadu lo in a kai rehega akoi je lethargic oidana leibagi cultural flowering torpagi Hinduism gi structured society amada emerged oriba hana hierarchy and ranking lerum daba kakado ningthogi manau na machan whatever na nobility gas oiraktana mari mata gaisina tawraktana madugi on thokpa maitei gi on mamu haibetare that martial tradition amasung how to keep Manipur as Manipur do madu chahi kya no ba kauri basi chahi tere khundakwa gi matung dagi kaurakwaduna aikoi dharma da karma da culture da ngau da legi so aina haizari na masi saudi siasa su thoi ko se chauvinism se ata aina haizari ngi di aikoi gi political development se Manipur or Meitei gi the idea of Manipur si assembly of Meitei gi political development se akoi gi internal insular political development tuka global political development sing do maduga akoi gi unpafang mismatch lei grab so how capitalism laktana industrialization laktana trading laktana mobility of people laktana on thok pa anoga technology gi world ma leiba matam da ai khoi na British ki dependent security ma leirai matam da ai khoi gi political formation di kamai to ge ana British sing na ching si ma khaido khre akoi na to hanam lawre matam trita education su 1885 ta 1885 ta this kanola even a metric batch 1909 then so we as a people I koi your own management of our state the idea of Manipur gi management to madu masai da British colonialism lakmo tam da di kamdo re ano political systems bureaucratic systems la ibani ningtau kada darbar di wada kasu administrative systems si to ano pol lak pa sing sida we were never in the picture like here western education la literally people like Kamal Thore Angal Thore Adiki Kano Thore Irapot political leadership but in that 1940s ke mamangda India ki political movement says the Congress have to lak prane they didn't come so yempi political development se aduna modern bureaucratized system of political system of lakpa modern education lakpa trade and commerce do ningthona thingam mini trade and commerce sidiki nang maitai nang na kasarom chat khitara di lupa marfu nang thamgadabani nong thendarak pada nang halak pada lupa manga fai trade to matamda nang na mapana thabak tarwe lupa manga logani arang mapandi ki pocha padana anna tarkhak logni hai import export population control anak pa phangna insular mi ga lai jatawne ko ai kho sida loire ko bai 19th century or 20th century changapta the globe se tongan do naije to that aikoi on emerge to reiba irapot ko thorak tana new generation thor ibesiduna makoi singduna I mean events went too fast before us adagi di mo ko independence phange adagi de koi statehood phange and matam se the vote ki democratic principles ka ta ko absorb to nang dringai da global changes india nam the late change sina ai koi si adaptive social transformation lam da koi changbung matam chumi chu lei gi de and by the time British colonial period se sida capital accumulation how the ko tika da thorak tan lambi thok sem bagi truck yam chien dana paisa pai bai se truck to ba train kamasti yauk da ba du tika to kambusi adagi di territorial those the kanoma lei ru re 72 dagi di angak pa phang na paisa ja haidara ko matam tu da ai khoi ki political development se kam do ke ai khoi yen view notice reason da political parties from the chatle hoje all over India political parties are chatle bani adagi di achogu political party ma sidharak padagi hoje palio political parties na ayam of the layer ato from sikdana sidharai party duna vacuum the fill up to regional political parties hogala hajare Manipur trama mut kare there is the chances of that regional party coming back is very dim so these political developments is that the adu di kam dore karamba political elite akhina generate tawri gya tikada base tawba tabak habak basha sab a corrupt society where akoi ki the very basis of our survival se government ki appointment ta agar tikada survive to political class akhina same so Mizoram the young view, Nagaland the young view, even Arunachal the young view, Congress, whatever BJP, as the young view. I mean, party-based political development, have you said? Ideology is the base, the local lack. Matu development to Manipur to Udev. We are neither here nor there. There's a vacuum. What about the intelligentsia? Or the academics? Young view, 70s, Horopodani, Ozamayam Changrega. Tamo Chandra me go to how rega state which is the Ozamayam MP that this politics the chung had away even. But come to those were the days. A quick generation of Tabak on the morning loud Tabak or law. No, besides the people are nothing. Now, Masashida, those same people, the elite, Makoi Singaduna, statehood fangable, Madam Dadi, come to we. DM college, I have a GP Women's College, I have a later. Government attention free thinking that autonomous academic and intellectual atmosphere to at one go all colleges are coming program hujiksu likalaga the intelligence is not functioning Manipur University when it was a state university political class same elite who became politicians Other Makwiki generation to Hujik, I know what politicians come to but they are based on state capital. Adu makabung not based on ideology, adunia dilemmas. Aduna, I koi says the political development ki backwardness, stagnation, aduka, intelligentsia sibu, academic autonomy sibu. Tuya kibase, Masir says that Manipur University Bhaguta, Central University, or Manipur University was a Karadani, the city with a Tuipa. He was a Kanan. So, these are political developments. Masi Uribra Nahasingna. On the other hand, similar government, the very basis of survival of a society, political development, intellectual contribution to social transformation, the second phalanx, insurgency. Insurgency is a lakumatam sita, parallel government, dissent yadere. They became hand in hand with government in Tika government ke pisada to umatamda, sinumatamda. We ourselves became part of the system. Aduna, political elite, so-called political elite, Lairam Dabado, Garib Noazi Matamda, my Mamasam Swapam Bado, British Kipiram emerged or Ekara. But highly the same people, Dombaduna, 70 state ki mamang kitang phajana leirambado thaini un politicians sing do adu state ru lagu matam dati insurgency se la eraga all civil society organizations nupi ki khangde nupa khangde yengbiu insurgency said that was a phase where a social transformation is distort the same political class. But there is realization now. Northeastern India, why? Globe says that boundaries are now fixed, solid, rock solid. Bipolar world of the globalization of the language, the boundaries are not so important. These are times for self-realization. Every people all over the world, especially in Southeast Asia and plural societies, identities, ethnicities, self-realization, self-examination, and self-location. In a situation, Naga they have taken a decision. Eastern Nagaland la Mao the guest from the junction Bayadre. We are now coming to our senses. Because history in a dictate to Griba. Ethnic pluralism of the idea of Manipur Sari Araga. I call it creation myth, dress, customs, lahera with a quick own must sazel libido. Amatagana Haibigi, I could walk alone as a Sarapaneb state building process. We are one, I say. Aduna Maduki Potato jail Torgomatamda and Hajarina. Suddenly, cookie issues like say, we had forgotten the international dimension. Bangladesh Kapare nausea. We should not forget where do we locate ourselves. Nagas have learned where to locate themselves. Maitai, we have not learned where to locate ourselves. Our cookies, they still have the dreams. We also have the dreams. Ako'y narrow with dreams to natra. But surrender to self-realization and relocating ourselves in it. Political developments say it did not take place. We were taken over throughout history. Intellectuals have been muted. India government, India itself is a nation in process. Manipur Aduna, in any multi-ethnic and plural society, nation first. Component states or ethnicity Makoy interest ka India ki interest ka America ki interest ka Chinese Indians or Indians in American Indians ki interest ka kanana mang talag. Where do we locate ourselves? Sigi game says that where do we put ourselves? Ano kan dili na marani mitsana to na amoy na says no lep ka hari say are we mature enough? Tell me. How do we come to the foot where the boots of the people who are wearing it? So let us be realistic. National interest, local interest, community, prioritize what is the politics of gaining what you want? ST from Pataragaso in the Tampataragosu, Karmai to the Tange, Chay Lerega, Hekan put a talk Natra cookie no koyagatomi. Look at a Sukan like head of my team, Singna, Husiki classes and Nasin around the photo the cookie and carpet, the mutilator happy with the is that we might as well build this idea of Manipur? Is that the idea of Manipur? Tobigano. Manipur, Tuganiba Tobigano, we'll have our ST if we deserve it. But don't try to use it as a, I say, elite thing. Throughout history, elite roles, double-edged. Movement, I'm going to say the elite na, Yauk Herrera. Mana little he rises to questionable that elite is suspect. I think it makes social transformation of movement amada. Mati the vulture or the herga, carcass to the mana, Saraga Masamudi pardon, what sort of elite is it? So in Nigeria say, Southeast Asia, the Northeast India, the elite role said, Mizoram the Nagaland the Assam the they have realized. Manipur to have elite role and generational gap harise. Dili the tamu mapadalo itam kiri sapai ni go elite ne. Makoi masa masusin ay isan halerga Manipur to what sort of political ideology are you saying? Cookie hello adu to Georgia Buchalo say milis ay matung ilo. Georgia Butumbai is that the idea of Manipur? Madumay na koi naputa to duri parab. So let us retain our forefathers' values, though, whereby a peace to bunatiko, inclusive wehemba. Say we must have common interests. We should respect their identity, just as we expect them to respect our idea of Meiteihood or our idea of Manipur. Mutual oiderga, singler heraga, bagana habiribudo. There is some truth in it. We appeasement policy have on equal terms, but let us not return to that chauvinistic idea. Orientalism. I traditions and customs and my love for my nation, though. Maduna growth ki masagam oigidawuneba, self-destruction ki masagam oheloidawuni. Aduna the problem before us is insular mindset. Ado ay koigi ipa ipu singa leiramde that plural and nation building mind do new generations that because of the nature of politics masi akoi punam kalai se masi we think by se academics and intelligentsia intellectuals akoi role ni if we don't take that role political class asina ko India gi larger interest na global interest na ay koi bu thumat leherga ahum thok pai do soidrabani madu thing sai je ne. Thank you.
Thank you, Oja. Thank you.
Line nama khatang Oja ki sida add tawjaning ba Oja na ngarang gi episode ki matang du yamna nungai taba picture mayam ama thadorak pa do masi akhoi maitei na di tawraga su masi maitei gi ethos ti natte se ai mayam da thamchege ai di China role haiba puya se I have been reading it both English translation adugo Oja Hemchandra gi si phajana igrajane China role sida Nangi yengnabadu hatlaba matungda bhawa magi mangakkaga poraga su ngakto madubu latlaga magi thawai du thawai miren du thagi bagi aja puja bhawa tawbagi chatnabi meitai da leirammeba aduga masa mangak tu pura aganda masa du su leibak ta chumda manungda leiron channa phumna thamamgadawa ga haibagi ekhoi da meitai gi tradition da that was part of our indigenous values. Unfortunately, karigino sigi barbarism se maitei na taurai se are we becoming the way present some of the cookies are doing? Migrant extremist militant cookie kharana tauri ba poto koi follow taura brava maitei gi ethos ni natabani goja jana ji happy du khatang et tawjage taw.
Right. Thank you, Oja. Adugo makhata jara because we don't have a lot of time. Mati am ko that hapchunjage on the ongoing scene that is right now, that is election in one sense. Sigi akoi irang me amarak the election to be election sigi marakta. We can see that because Iran and I think this election is completely different from any other election in the sense that akoi ki psyche se akoi emotions it's completely heightened. Responsive yam oire boja heightened oire. In that sense, I think there has come to notice that some people or some interest group is riding on that emotion to use it as a vote bank, but is that leading us towards a totalitarian society where we are all in one sense a fascist? How would you respond to that?
See, I'll put it like this, very simple, straight answer. Hujiki Lok Sabha election se, sidagi A, B, C, kaning baka sanova. No, none of them are severed in the Christian terminology. Severed and the sip ki kano do direction ga pi da nagmoina whole change to kadam ne haibagi akoi da karigo wakhal lama leram targadi you are mistaken. You will be sida aina thagat kriba mirep sina miracle lama tawra ani ana khallagadi you are greatly mistaken. Indian parliament see 545 members parliament. Decisions are taken collectively. People coming from all across the country. The northeast ki representative kaya no kun mari muk oiram gani wasi oja sing he na khang basing yauro ni exact number do ina haijadraga su aduna akhoi ji yamna restless oiba tawham khangdaba situation amada laire habadu madi akhoi sidagi chain ba yararo kanaguma politician kharana akhoi loi pharebani habadu di they are just making you feel good but you will not feel good warabadu di kham thenge habadu di lairabane adubu sigi wabasina su oirambe yaiba khoi magic ama pamis magician to basu mayam amang sida kenom toraga chaglauna rabbit out of the cap to natro I think we are thinking for a magician right now who will transform everything mitsi kainomo olhan gadoba it is not going to happen because sigi pot asidi maitei khatangi khutta maitei politician khatangi khutta leiba natte leiriba crisis sidi even government of India gi ngakta khutta leiba natriyaba larger international politics leiriba Myanmar gi tangdu leita daba crisis enormous armed rebellion groups yengbiune San province tagi asom naki northeast niko Myanmar gi madudagi hauraga anti clockwise chatpioba makha bhauta koiruraga kachin karen chaluraga sidagi sagang chaluraga chin chalaga makha da kaino bhagwa yengbiyoba Rohingya na hana leramba hujik jaga do I am very bad in memory entire sigi crisis si armed minority groups में आंगी ethnic minority groups में आमना कनखन ला अगांजा Burmese government सी back पुतला अब मतम ने that country is under crisis and that country is our neighborhood and that country with which we have open boundary who can come and go now what are we talking see ई पिबम सी the fencing laitava crisis laitava lamdu da adugi irang du da kamaina mi la oidoi no ba I should Myanmar the leramaba the I should chelakane if my life is threatened and India is a better place see the lagpa kan see the nangchara helaro not only you can open up shops you can also get PDF ki free food phangak pa yaduri ni illegal form the nangi kano bhav Aadhaar card phokcham ga lai bane see entire kano see crisis see the which parts are our making but sigi crisis immediately solve to be agada natri haijari sigi mathak sida koi na muksu kanglup karana koi gi aigi inaw haitare home na bawo yam tu ina haibani madu somewhere handak electoral politics sida di haidokhreba narco terrorism gi whole triangular kanosi drug ki traits is from the sip tawri golden triangle sip tawra abane masida koi government of Manipur gi pangal ga yam kan hena leiba na teba koi na heta overnight ngamni ngamar yam na waga da pot ne it's not going to be so easy government of India ba wari ba pot ne aduna sida lairi ba pot sida koi na as if overnight loina olani and a khallaga di koi praja singi we will be more frustrated if we are thinking in that line it will be more frustrating akoina khangadabadi how things have to be handled in what ways practically kamaina tawraga yengadagena yengbasana more than the electoral politics tagi di hena maru oibidi aidi trick to ge level the civil society ga kanglup singi tongan me ethnic group me am sida wari sawa ho darkar oibra ina khalleba hana bangaktan answer natriyeba no war ends up with war treaty amadi dum wari chanadabadi yaro ye madu akhoina karigumba tangdu leita ba situation ama pami hairagadi dialogue se if government is even unable to do it akhoina initiate to darkar oye and let me tell you among the Nagas among the Kukis there are many with whom we can do aduna sigi electoral politics sida aina aiju ujare sigi emotive hype aidi saring is the mai pi bai do adugi poto ai ji yamna tension leira kan sida masi tawri basi pujallu cho thamjallu cho haradi ai ji hena charge up tawneba this is not the time for charging up we have to cool down and think sigi Manipur ki crisis se just because kuki kharana lan tarak putuna churachandpur khara dagi maitei inthorak putuna hoi yam nungaitaba phone machuda yam line lobusu yaroi but madu khatang na natiyaba larger migration laiba government of India na tawang amudaba government of Manipur na tawang amudaba situation in Myanmar is so precarious drug lord mayam gi international mafia mayam gi role masi mayam je koi na khambam thoeba masi gi mafam dadi I think government of Manipur is such a small player it cannot transform itself lan battlefield oira bane ba Manipur se aduna election amanaga hekta loina ma awan ba pora ani ji I think we are thinking too much aduna we are thinking of a miracle upai leraktra kanda kaino ama mitrang ama tholakadra ina khanbudu ne madu khanbi ganu frustrate oini election gi matungda
Thank you, Oja. Oja Priyanjan, last one, Oja. Akhoi current situation is Oja. Love of the soil. Akhoi ingrained to ina. Akhoi Maitai the Europe love of the soil. Akhoi Maitai nationalism hai gara, Manipuri nationalism hai gara. Sibu capture toraga vote the sin ni khan ba candidate auraga di. How, as a public, are we going to respond to that?
I don't trust. Hujik Laiba or Hanadig Horaiba statehood Kimatunga Laiba Rajniti Sidi. This is what is the problem with us. Other politics necessarily I joram zita tatan haibani political sciences come. Politics is by definition is a dirty game. Other politics the womatamda, both comamatamda, adu haiba say, you will see it all over the world. Then who is the problem? Problem is us. Maduki culture the Brit of Kanana Taurino. Aina Ton Bane. Masiam Nainareko, a voter at the Ganta, America voter the Ganta, Trump elector is Ganta. No? So, systemic changes. I say, I heck how would I keep though? Our problem is, I could say the traditional values that my day are going to lower. The rich culture, I don't know if our culture is that rich. So, I call the Orientalism, fatalistic way, but I call it throughout history, I call it values, belief systems, Masina. India government the modern society, institutions, After institutions masi ay koina same day hai ba khodamoina ai sai ji ba politics tangkai ma finance to ri thaba absinatro adu ri kari kino MPC chala hendri ba kari kino subordinate service commission to ad hoc adi temporary tong to ri ba se we people ourselves akoi madu pamine our elites like it aduna ai koi gi value ai koi ita development values and development hai se Masajida, a quick own self transformation, self location, Mate Yaquina. Idea Manipur cookie, Kumu Yauribani, Komudi Chakachaki Haribanitana. I call we ourselves equity question, justice question, Maduki institutional structures, Miam, Mayoron the Yauna, Asian Gioina, Ka, India government na, North Eastern region in Noya, customary law, respect on Kaharidana. These are Russian values. These are Russian institutions. India government policy dasu minorities setor bakam North Eastern Council same dana. So masiki institution me amse link khaler no yanta chakut po oijo nakoi ki social transformation sida speed up tok sai se how have we received them adra ai koi ki value transformation do achum aran law in gadavani si taw gadavani ko tax thi gadavani ha in a way, ST will say that art takes thinning the Muziaritana. Are you thinning there? But so I kind of distort the institutions in the function to Hondaba, we are part of it. Milton Hiram of underdeveloped countries that in a corruption, I've said people themselves and then microphone the law on the part of corruption to Hunganu, Bonitin Come, my Masaila, Matumin. But societies have outgrown that. Asia the outgrown I could weakness, Orientalism, weakness, Karino, but I could say consensus yamna bureaucratize ma niyom ni ti indana adu tokdum na habina tab yana wai chat pai se masa koi nat ne aduna capitalism na Asia se Southeast Asia se lupsan basung ngamde maram da koi own values da ASEAN ka ji yeng biu ko EU dong European Union do na bureaucratize secretariat am le natte manung dangang na ko na to India ris tawris tung discussion tor ya wai se mai te gi nat ne ba cookie sing nat ni na sing nat ne ba ai khoi gi we are communitarian aduna ai khoi isana ai khoi gi value se matam gi matung ina but matu phatta ba do double edged knife hai so we have not developed values by virtue of our tradition the kan bhak na hari ba khoi akhoi gi tradition mai te hari ba to मतलब हेंजन मन की तरह साउदी एशिया दी ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन तो करे अब मोई के हानि की वैल्यूज दो ट्रेडिशनल वैल्यूज थमगनी का इस्लाम चलो सु थैदोकनी बुद्धिज्म चलो सु थैदोके नट आइदु दुम लैनी अखोई की सनामी लिबि सुमाइना सो मखोई ना मखोई की वैल्यूज थादोक तबा कैपिटलिज्म सु दुम लक्सन बा तौबकी दैट एशियन वे दो मैते अखोई ना करी की तमुक तमदु transform to ngamdri banova Nagaland the Mizoram by virtue of being Christians ideology dharma na pibato makoi society break up to ribani communitarian value tightly structured society have to the tribal societies na head level cookie the absolutely tightly structured ma haidar yate have to even then makoi ideology Christianity is individualism tambi community importance tambi de makoi is class lakta ni makoi markers division like this but Nagaland haiba attention ki somehow moi is adapt to the hera moi se individualism the chat kare hera moi ki village manung ti ko ai village wang ta abata chang ya roi Manipur is cookie ki village oyu Naga ki village oyu atopa village mi ka chang ya pote chuge ya roi ai ki chan pi thado ga ni mo na loksam bani villages are still republics sineba atu mi ki ti Manipur na tabata Atei tribal states, the makoi adaptive change, makoi value systems da maduna globalization lomda India ki kano India na tori poching ta koi adjust to rahega how to take the best out of the nation called India madu ki manung du chatana ai na independent thab kamai to ya no let us not dream of leidna ko nation first Haida said, Masi, howsoever, may take on this Saudi Asian the nation for the authority took us by to escape from state Haidibanitana. Chingdale Vietnam the Sulaye, Thailand the Sulaye, Indonesia the Philippines, Chingdale, these are people who are escaping the state, independent Babu Kambuni, Manipur, India Sulays. Those days are gone. Aduna ine Hajariba, if we want a solution to what we have here. Nasile crisis aingon the Manipur gi social transformation atei India gi tribal states in the loin lakri Manipur ti hujik third from the bottom lady tana ko income da ai khoi di lakri sigi social transformation che puraksha hai taragidi akoi ge strength so koi yes we'll stand by them but let not that strength of being a maitai do maduna khoi gi social transformation the impediment am to ohen kum seb kamai to ohen gadage haibato madu it is the role of the intelligentsia and academics and the elite aduna ko st phang functional if rule allows but maduna hek to hujiki matang ji insan de ya de insan bato aduna cookie de hujik matang ji da the cookie de hek ta ngap ko no iti hek ta hala to haibato you are only destroying ourselves let us kitang cool down toraga hit se kitang padasi election ki chekar laigini but I tell you from next election things are going to change because cookie signa they have given us a fright of akoi ki punchi da amok hana thengna gi driba amok khok thengna gi driba fright akiba isabu thasar ta bai beto madu handa feel ta we but masida chahi tare khutak pudai di hen baga natte ko madugi 0.5 oi we have gone through histories like this the nation called India India it's a plural society. Political parties have come and gone, but every political party, Congress tagi hona, socialist kamu, Marxist sing, who's in the rightist of the BJP, all of them, political parties sing say, none of them are anti-Indian. Can we afford not to realize this reality that politics is party-based? Ideology da BJP oigera, Congress oigera, nang yon regional party-based oibiyo. America dari quite a chocolate democratic level na nang republic orga no maratura nang pamba mi do phage pho dum khali na ba. But the party is anita poiri to them. India that do level oidi. Ato ko presidential form of togi hai. So I appeal di I'm sure political class na makhoi bu prajana makhoi da tawpham thokpa byabhar to pidi si moi khangam moi drane. They know it. They know it. Moi di swear gi sing to swim the way one the best swimmers. Aduna makhoi bu to bai sa I tell you Manipur elite sing akhoi da regeneration gi institution building gi akhoi da thok se MPSC da tolu thabak se logu yaroi na khoi na all over the world tika ke no advertise to have electronic tone kai do ata phajana to view kai si adu ki movement is sakatri kari no haba. Have we had any movement in Manipur which is government transforming, institution building, economy building? Ngasi bhaw the economy thabak phangdabagi karamba intellectual singgi movement labage satra gi sangstan gi labra karamba section gi lakpe ke. We have been too much occupied with the political dreams of any community. Ning taming bagi madugi aikoi the innet oina Southeast Asian singda lairi bado madugi dreams da lairi ngai da hojikti ko madu lairi ngai da we have forgotten about the economies or about social transformation. Atuna aini how pute hajari bado. It's time for us self-realization and self-relocation. I committee kuna tongregati idea of Manipur hai to koi rebuild to se hairi bato matu krawwana thokane nai thamjage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Oja. Makhatara Pasri will have some question and answers from the audience and light on to Virovi. So we'll take the questions from the audience and whoever wants to ask some questions, can we have a raise of hands and then we'll proceed forward to the question, and please address the question to a particular speaker so that the speaker can answer the question accordingly. Audience, ma mark to question hang bigado lagadi ko thangat piraga speaker da address to biraga question to bina maning chingjai. Please, mamang da pambiriba.
Hello, check. I am Colonel Shanti Kumar Sapam, retired. I see Assam regiment tagini. I gi Jawan Sinchana, akogi entire notice tagi. 1942 da. 1942, 15th of June da. Akogi Assam regiment say British na raised away. Masi raised away matam da. Akogi entire notice tagi. All communities tagi. Jawan Singh no na khanki. Adubu except Maitais. Maitai di khangi dev. Sigi legacy si koina dum follow tawrak lakhiba matamda. Lakhiba matamda. Akoina India da merge tawra matung da su sigi kaino si accession da British na accession da thamam bani na as it is haibani. British na thamam madugi as it is haibani. Adu thamam matamda Maitai si adum Assam regiment yaugidre. Yaugidabadagi akoi si infantry haibado. Adu di obi yagidreba. Akoi si category si akoi ki category si Bengali ki category, UP ki Rajput ki category, aduga Rajasthan ki Rajput ki category da lai reba akoi se. Lai hibadagi akoi na changba yarmi se infantry habadi Indian army se maximum strength fighters in the infantry haibasini nongoi paibase. Ado akoi na changba yari si di Rajput haibasima changba yarame Bengali na changba yabasima aduga guards haibasima. Guards haibasina magi height se 10 feet correction 5 feet 10 inches ogadaba aduna magi selection se tawma tamda scale si thamato scale si thamaga makhada litpa matamda ma se adum through na chakre ba khoi maiti singam te ba aduna only very few join the fighter group basically fighting group habani ko aduga general category da lakpa armored corps gumba AC gumba supply gumba ordnance gumba di khanba but competition si yamna chawl lai greba aduna aina hojik lakjagadori basi 1998 tagi akhoina yamna honabadagi maitai si included tawre adubu si include tawu matamda percentage yamna pieba samne jiminta su hojik si yamna pieba whereas naga gidi nagaland gidi naga gi battalion adu matamdu da ani legreba hojik ahum sure battalion hai se ko ahum sure aduga atopa mana home and heart ana amasu achoba more than 1000 strength adugum battalion amasu moi raise tawkhre moi gi leiba dumana aduna aina haijaning ai se akhoi gi asai oja ani na haibi ba elite class ai se sisina ai gi mota thisan basi ya wat khren khanjai ba akhoi maiti gi damakta today I have become a very narrow minded person though being army officer narrow minded person ore because aina narrow minded ore si kai gi no haibabu I was fortunate that I commanded a battalion of NCC, which is the biggest in India. That is Manipur, 14 Manipur NCC battalion. Sidala Imphal la ise. Si command to matamda ngasai gi akhoi gi nupa macha nupi macha mayam se. Masi hauji thop phangdana lei ri ba. Thop phangde ba hauji. Ngarang han da su akhoi gi SCC na SSC aduda tholpa result do yeng biyo ba maiti macha ani khatani yawri do aduda aduga ataina yam khreba aduna akhoi mapa ama oina akhoi gi angang sing se akhoi gi angang sing isa sing si akhoi na compete ta godoba category se 100 crore ne India da 100 crore adu si 100 crore da thambam sira thamangum sira is it the right time or not the right time? Why we should wait for the right time? Aina 1947, 1951 da ai nga thong cha hau treba. Ai army da lejare yu thak chate.
Oza yaraga di question do if you know.
I said la kador ne question si ki wari se khang da di question do hang ma ya da adu na ai ha jari sa dum ni ko. Ai se ti total ne ai yu thak te. Adu bu thalak ta ba se suk chang na yu thalak ta ba se ai ngasi yu thake hai matam da ya te na thing gadoi ra ba
ojai je ST oi bana phadong male na tar to male
is it my right or not sine ai hajar se
oda do kana other question to bi ni hai do so that we can take further question from other
ai to jar ke ba ai na hajar se ai na hajar sang ta bi yo ko si wari sta da ga di question to hang ba ya dre ba because mar ta ki thak ta hang ba ya put na te ba do na hajar se ko aduna kari gumba ngasi ai gi isa sing a da wai khong da le bi isa sing ko yam lei ba thab phang da ba May 15 da May 3 da la pha matam du da pura mang re khale akhoi je khar tawro me thab khar tawro me pura mang re khale aina TV da ha ma thupu matam da aina kapi du kai gino I am army officer amani I pension je adum chaung no phange I can survive myself there's no problem but I cry for my people my boys and girls adu ne ba ko adu aina hangjari question che I want to hijack very important. I think important. Oina khanje aina khanjab da kwadno ni ko aina hangjai se. This is for my community. Aina hijai se. Sida thoi ba irang se. Sidi oja bhagat na haigi bdo ni. It's a national problem. Se akhoi problem na te ba. Open border se akhoi problem na te. Basically, it will be we can do nothing about it. Free moment have se. Si su mo na kan do hi ne ba. Haujik ti aina hangjai se oja priyo da lang jang hangjage ko. Why we should wait for the time? When I have the right, ngasagi 5 criteria se leiba matam sida akhoi gi maite gi population se India da ne 0.01 ne ba India da ado 0.01 sida akhoi na SC se phangba matam da it's a peanut I bani have di
oza if oza Priyoranjan you allow him to
why we should wait hai bani I will convince the Nagas I will go.
I answer to again.
See, Oja, why we should wait? Why we should fight?
Okay.
No, I will convince them.
Thank you, Oja.
Thank you, Oja. Oja, I say, see, matang that emotional, please don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Oja, please, if you would kindly answer the question.
You and I are not the ones. Santi Kumar na, Oja Preranjan na, criteria mga do fulfill to we say you are not the one, I am not the one. Sima kambiyo ko, right? Am I right? Right. So, adoni, you are not the one to decide, nor am I. Tawdum seba. Mani bugom tao tana ba pressure piece. Adubaw hai. This is one. You or your organization are not the one, or my or anybody's organization. Madu criteria to lep ko dabini organization na lep ko dabini nathi ba. Accept this. Sini ako may tiya ko yi lamang na baydo. Kadai de chato ino kamay to ino to kang de na hekta political pressure taro to me ay beto. That is morally wrong. Sima. Adi kay na kay do na ngai do ino ay beto. Kay do na ngai do ino ay beto. It is not timely. It is not timely. Adu kata nida. Adu ko why? Kusi election to ringa siro. Why you should pressurize now? Tama ni ngai ro move to resina. Manipur government engage the best anthropological professor or institution tawro, economist the best tawro, madu ki report thoro, madu the yes no hybrid yen chin hayoba. Natana hekte hatak relo hybrid, don't do it. That is morally wrong. See, my day is already pipe. Koi fulfill tawram ne so. Am I the authority or are you the authority? Sinida. Aduna ikoi na. Ay nga sa hajeri se nang haidu chumbam le. Sorry. Santi Kumar na harido chumbam le. My day elite no na kaidu le ke haibeto. You are also one of them, right? Each of us. Mas the deliver ay hamna elite na tane. Akoi na thang go do kong thang do. Emotion the tok si Santi Kumar na haiba nga si emotional koi hajeri beto. Maduni naga ko kui gini emotional oi dal moi jekta. Tan badi it is my right. But madun hoi haidu yaning devis it is their right. Ko aduni. Aduna, it's not time. Which it told si, let us. Asukyam na lebak si kai bini matam kwerpa say si da. Nang huroi matagum, hekatang jandra to gase. Mase. Masti fatalistic oi vai beto. Adunin logsay, I think everybody, anybody in India, any community has a right to demand that taken. Adudi yai, we are not the ones deciding.
Katang et to jego jata ko. Sige atai sige debate sige na tapa. Ujana am sir hybir potse. Masi I think you should take this up. ST Commission ki pot mayam demand ga dunatava. Army officers ko the Lieutenant General ani lai riba. And one of them is sitting here and president of this organization. And then Amit Shahju lagtu riye boje. I don't know, some of the BJP people are also sitting here. Why don't we ask for a Manipur regiment? BSF ki masi hau seva nange aram bai tengol me am changjag rasano ba adu let them take care of the boundary job frustration ki ST hoi to suya hai masi ki se
I'll add bucket kistam add to jeke Santi Kumar. Wherever there is an injustice, India government job recruitment anything development program any injustice to wumatam dana we must take up the right actions. Political action to have it corrected. We will get it. I'll give you an example. All India ki oina urban area ki urban slums in the light wo may am yum just habine na tore. Notice the yore. I happen to be an expert member in this Mahutki committee. Kamay to the city. Slum area the labor light wishing yum habine. That is an all India policy. No, it is our right. Let us find out how to get it. Fortunately, JNURM, Jawaharlal Nehru Urban Renewal Mission, I could advise to hey, Manipur ki lady town, Masama said, Loinam survey to, census survey to, Aduga, a koi plan to Sina, Amaka Tokyo. Nasagi Imphagi Genu are aimed to the Ainam with the Toksha with the consultative. Professor, what is the need of inventing the will? Survey Toksha Yata. And Dr. River Town planning plan se master plan in fal se city every house is surveyed adu siki matang tu ai na no remember 25 akoi survey tau te lokhat lo manipur da slum leite slum da le nang lam lei roi lam lei rak leite ki sabi toi ne manipur da di lam leite ba leite lam leite ba leite loi namak lam lei so it Ullo India government high heraga mahot ke kambun azom the argument tau heraga the policy made was made whereby Manipur gives like I couldn't go lie yum free the sari. This is the way to grow to go. Injustice the way agro democratically ba atuna how political movement karmanya sagat kade ke khoina high the say masi political movement se koi on thok pa non material the side am the koi na sagat ne lei ru rehba. These are times where material political movements say high to be injustice me am do lokthong lam su tausi but the larger thing is a koi political development ki rejuvenation se kamai toksi hai do where are you elites high the na santi ko one high bi do the younger generations all of you take it into your mind into your hearts that the social transformation in Manipur can go faster. Thank you.
Thank you, Oja. I think perhaps as the Ojana point out the way, but that due process necessarily has to be followed, and here lies the conflict between tradition and modernity. A informant.
Professor Bhagat Nahibi ki Professor Bhagat Nahibi ki ba Manipur regiment race to bugido. Adu ki point day mutang. Hello, Torba Yarbra. Manipur regiment ki point ma race to bugido ai sida hachara gaya ba. Tari ki noida Manipur regiment race to si hairadi. Kerala regiment race to si hairkane. Andhra regiment raised to Bengal regiment raised to Aduna Masisi Armina Yamna Karehani Yamna consider opinion Nama Tauraga Naga regiments in the last regiment Ohen Kiev. Care Adugimata quick the way Agedo regiment raised to Buyadus Ate force lay Armida. Example in a higher the scouts. Arunachal Scouts has known raised over Sikkim Scouts raised over I think Matundam TA had done a lay. As I give a TA home and heart. That was a regular TA. Regular TA Harisi, example in a higher of the Ojing Manipurda, Graf, ma'am, make Hambidana, Graf Tikana guard of gave the Garwal TA and a laga guard of Aduna TA raised over Yai. Question is, Mashi tauge hairadi. Akoi ki political leader ga, military experts singa, bureaucrats singa, hand in glove channe na bata bane. Unfortunately, madu taute ab akoi ki state tadi. Akoi ki state tadi, ay chahi ani ki mamangda. Ani makhaya rasika. Manipur TA ama almost final stage da. Finance na okay pira bane. Concept wise ay hai jagah Manipur TA do koi na raise to bumatam da. Masai hai giba aram by tingol. 50% ex insurgent natraga ex surrendery aduga 50% na admaina, but this proportion can be changed. Idea person should be masigi conceptia koina lauthoi si 1973-75 ta Naga army na Shillong Accord surrender to bukanda BSF ki battalion ani raise to hui battalion tu ki maming number 111 and 112 ka madud yenga koina tau jabani. To be very frank, everything was ready. Adubu, Eastern Command na objection number raised. Madudu, akhoi gi bureaucrats as well as political people, if they wanted, perhaps they could have pushed through. I want the lastly question, important question. Hoji key battalions is about 600 odd body now. Masi kanana recruit again. Obviously, TA recruits state na we are there. The recruitment will be done by the Army Recruiting Agency. So once I said this, all the interests evaporated. There was no more follow-up action. There was no, it went to the cold storage. And ultimately, the Eastern Command's opinion carried through, and the file is still lying with the TA Directorate. Aduna kanaguma man masi revive to winning the first, if we raise one TA battalion, we prove our battle worthiness. Second TA, third TA, fourth TA, there is no end to it. In fact, I suggest either Imphal yam Irang to Araga, maybe Mikir Hills or anywhere. The 2 years raging Escabat deployment can be all India. TA also has all India deployment. So that is the thing. So I just wanted to let the public know that regiment, very, very difficult.
Thank you.
TA and the scouts, definitely.
Thank you, General. Thank you, General. Thank you for that. Do we have any more questions from the crowd? Probably 2 questions we'll take, and then we'll probably end the session here. Please introduce yourself while asking the question, and then address it to us.
I question is Oza Prioranjan. Dailam Kogi Hosio, I question Sina Satung Pitung Tung the Badagi Cookie separatism Zelak Penehava. Adu Aigi Lakcharugitina equality the Yengaga Satung Pitung Pidira Natraga equity the Piraga Satung Pitung Pigatira. For example, Nasagi Achowas Hamuda Tungadaba Lafoi Kilo Kundo Apik Pakakshinda Kilo Kundo Pizagadra, the might of equality the Yengaga Satung Pitung Jakamine Tawaduno. I was asking as I was asking question about the equity ki wahanga mayaw the sagi cooking a sickness movement is quickly separatism just aptung pitung pang the badagi sumba separatism gi movement amalak equality the yengadra equity the yengadra was a sigi question.
Please respond on that.
Hello, Taiko. Of course, equity and justice, equality that is two, equity and justice. Cookie is the dimension of my man, in the sand. Cookie in the government in my opta, right? They were used as pawns to meet in the government case security problems in dog. Madu the Matiang we none of I given. I will not go into the legitimacy of that. I'm not going to the legitimacy of that. Aduna. Nation building a process is in high but politics is a very dirty game. Aduga national security and sovereignty is paramount. Aduna cookie city yes, I have justice I mean and justice I was a latter with the equality every 2 plus 2 is called 4 I don't know. Equity. Hen pangbam thedna la amatanate, Samu Mitanate, Samu Mangagi Matarkale, isn't it? Equity at Yaduna, Sota already northeastern reason that the young people. I could say we have become beggars. Whereas India government is already giving more than our per capita investment or budgetary allocation. Already Tauri Banehaba. Every nation, India government tokro, equity developed out of the area that Taunaba Honaba, Sumbro. Impal and Chakali, Belly and Chakali, Chingi Chakota, Okul and Chakali Tamil and Chakali no village Chakota. So these are not questions at all. Okay. Aduna, a quick problem, it's not a problem of funds. There's no problem of funds. Vision 2020 no promise to there will be no limits to funds. Capacity building, Tony, infrastructure, same, Tony, I not draw. Chakot no, I know in a sana, noise, yacho. High when a queen yacha the bagi one. Okay. At mind concerning equity and justice is the basic fundamental philosophy and ideological guideline behind any country's constitution, any country's sense of being.
Last question. We'll take one last question and then we'll probably end the session.
Hello. Masai Oza Bagana Habigibda 1960 Matam Adawai Manipur da kind of idea of Manipur gi Satam Krakaitara Mami Udagi Kutakulai Paraga Matamdogi Yolo is in Ausina Lantanagi Habam de Zavana as I mentioned Habigiba. Matamdo 1964 the poem to give a Yole ki executive members in Marakta Nagam Kuki members in Yawadum Uyuba. Matamjida idea of Manipur Kaitara Quiki Monge, Kramamong, the Kaitabano, Adoga Kaitabi Madam Jakarigi Oigani Habama Zada Hunting, Adoga Amana, idea of Manipur Laki Baze Manipurna Indagi, Pivanunda, Sangiva Matamdagi, Oigadra, Natraga, Mase Krambam Matamdigi, Oigani Habu Zada continue.
Briefly, I know. Minor Chummi UNLF the Atopa Naga Singi President or Chairman or Dusini Adubu Sinatak Padi Maite Sin and lit over organization sings Machida composite representation Kamlo Kuding Maki Mui Sindo Masigi Lalho Edi Aquina Lalho Roidu Hujigna Matamadu the Enoni insurgents ni illegal ni haidana akoy na tanay ko among matam gi matung ina among kano piraga amnesty mo pi basu yai ko aduna so let us be little openly speaking about it Kamlup Singh the minority communities ki representation adum yaw do banati aduna takpadi Maitei leaders Singh ki Wakal loan si the idea of Manipur si the Maitei Khatang Haibasim Dilairam. Maitei na lit to leadership of Nangi Naga Aman Oeva. Unelect Manipur Semba 1972 Semba the leaders is of Pangalaman Oeva, who is represented only perhaps 7% of the population. See Maitei is psyche never. I think accommodative Oeva adjust over Gambagi. Aduna Aikoina Karaidano Amadi, problem Amadi Laire, Kamlup Kara Amakairaga, Akoiga Punin the Bagi Manipuri Pardama, winning the Bagi, Maitei sing the Namdaraga Tami and a Kanba Kamlup Amadi, told Tabanati, Madumagna, NNC the Changrivani, suicide is an example. Pona, Sushana, Lushalam died the Magi, Chumkam Chumbano, Chumdabano, Diariama, the Smine, Idam Mehava Boktai, Kangla Rom the Igi Maisi Tamaga Igi, can we see. Coffin Tambu Hibagi Wari Powley. Aduna Nagasing the pain gidrido, Tampul sing the pain gidrido, Karai the Pindri no and Aquin engaged of Wamadi, Sankimadu, enough idea, maintain enough engaged of Gidabra, Hibasina Igi submission. Karai the Noma Huigi some hesimoniums to Libra. I may be wrong. I Lalmagdi Hena Pabas over. But the story tells that we had been hegemonic somewhere. Akoigi emblem the Kande, cultural narrative the Kande, Yamna Maiti centric over man, Bakara Yavaneva. See, Akoi Maiti were a good Kangway. Aisha Maitini. But when you look from a distance, you might see that our representing entirety of it is more of a Maiti centric. Masida Surah was there. I comes in, I wonder, Amakatang Yam, I Javari, Sandu Yam, Yam Tien, but surely the Mayana, Pagio in a Haram Bay, Hanna Mana wonder. Pan Milgi, Hanna Mana won the league. Yamna Yam trivial di Oibamanba. Sisi Mitsi, who's it Tauri Kandi. Sisi Mitsi, 70s Givari or Ramalema saying on the Libakanda. Atamna Haratamutarum Givari. Man Haivakanda, Trauga, Tankpulgi, Apatim Mamadu is exactly cowering. Final Sanai Hai. Simea among the Haidu Iniko. Aduga Handugi Wari Dusu. And they played very well. Referees Maitei never. Somehow or other, Trauna Kagi Hayab. The Tankul Singh corner Kappe Hayab. Now, look at this. Manipur ki ching amma ki district amma dagi football team amma Imphal mang the CC mit yawala ine. But we didn't want that team to win. Aina hange tamu sibu taseng na bias oirim ni ne haire. Akoi na lahudrti yatin to. Matam khara leiraga tangkhul macha mayam ama NNC yawgi haire. Chi emotion ne. Moina khanjari phangam thokune haibado the phangan gi phangdanan कराइदनो सोइरगा खोइना नमधरगा मोइसि आउट ओहनगिबदो मदुगी पेंदबदुना नहासिंदु एनएनसी यावगी हायब नाउ यू माइट से व्हाट इज देयर बट इट इज ऑल दैट मैटर्स हुजिकसु अदु नत्रो हुजिकसु पॉलिटिक्स सिद मई हौरगा तौरिबा मयामसि मई द सानरिबसि अदु नाक्त नत्रा कुकी हायरगा एक्ट कुकी बु चैब ngमबा पॉलिटिशियन दुदि क्वाइदगी इफेक्टिव पॉलिटिशियन ओइरेबो क्वाइदि थुआ कुकी का पुनः लेमिना बगदबनी डायलॉग तोगदने हाइबा आइगुम बसिदी WhatsApp तक इरेगी सिदी नंगदी हिंदू का खतम पल्लुरग नंगदी शांतिदास गोसाई मसू अम धारा आम लाए हाइरिम नहीं होता. This is the irony. अदुना अखोई की माइंडसेट से रिट्रोस्पेक्ट तोबा म चंगेबा अखोई ने इसा की मरमदा अखोई की वीकनेस तो येंग ngमद्रगदी कनाना कमाइन अखोई इंप्रूव तौदोरिनो मधु खपंग अदु माइनस समझगी असागी मफम जुदा. Thank you. I have provoked you. Thank you.
I think our conversation has turned so much more interesting that we have to extend. Please continue, General.
I manning dagi amtaka tawjage.
Turn lak jagane koi general na kainom tang haijage adu ki mathang turn lak jage please.
Noi namadi hauno fagre na lamfelda nausek ena maleyaba nausek si phaba chatleba aidin seni school to mayadona ai nausek karma phado no khangde na post nausek sing ka leba ai no phara ganda nang nausek si chaya roi and kai gina nang is how nausek ne ha reality ne ba se koi si kam hagi angang si masak khara fajar di masi how mu chai mai tei mali da और मोट लगाना मैं मीटिंग जाए हाउ हिमालय दनाएना so that is the reality अजकी hegemonistic है भी बिदो मधु अकोई की social ले रहा मैं we cannot deny that अदु हाई जगह ना तो जगह तो
Thank you, General.
Just a moment.
Thank you, General. Maning the side की गाइड ना like we अकोई ओज़ाद
question number
hello
मिनियम
खतंग हच्चा के को सी याम important ओइ बने खंजे बा
question number si loidriye ibung wa man ham no please
after that please maning
sagi ibung na haigi bodo idea of Manipur se ngarang nahan da email fikon to mut tawra hai bodo no mai horun dagi homna lai harau boda akoina cultural tangkhul gi phige seli dana Nagaland hai ba Mizoram hai the same dring ai da naga gi creation myth ta kuki gi creation myth ta ichini na da yauri dana so idea of Manipur is Nagaland the book to get a quick pipe on our company, Nagasin was a cookies in a suit of
Thank you. Last kita oza
I Gojent. I Manipur College was always a money. Was Animaki was it Tajabeda? Right, we need transformation. I call it transform towards politically, socially, self transformation. अखोइना याम तोइना तारम वाही अमजु ताखिदरे सेल्फ डिटरमिनेशन आई की क्वेश्चन दी हंदक की ममांगी से 23rd सिदा पॉलिटिकल इवेंट अनि अखोइना मिट थेंग नै हमना अजकी लाइबा 3rd मे की वारी से अतोप अमना मणिपुर की इतिहास ता यम चौबा ऑल दिस insurgency group oiramba ULF ki section namna chong thole herga madu su tawra tawdabra ai khangdre su kobra kari no hablo thola aga aikoi gi anoba political agenda si sangopa even ani si kam yam ko related ogi have to ai khangde oja khoi explain tawiyo sida hangjani gi wang se masi transformation oibra political asigi akhoi ULF ki sizable keno amana thola aga India ki political system sida yaushala ibasi political transformation ko godoribra. And is it the right way? Right way na na koi na phil to godoribra koi ta. Decade khare Manipur ki political itihas ta chaw role loramba. Self determination to godabani haina Manipur ki na mayam da ano political ito sama piramba adugumba political agenda mana sman to kiba sista ekhuni accept to bra madu transformation ano political transformation ne haina lor gadi sumi haina lor gadi madu kramani justify to gadage
thank you ado question anakanam gu hangit khanba male question ani pulap lawjar yeah we'll end the question round with that, so can you kindly introduce yourself and ask the question, and we'll end the question and answer round here.
Good evening, everyone. We can hear you. My question or my comment, the entire session was mostly about criticism, especially on a particular community called Maitai, myself belonging to the community, and most of it, according to me, is valid. But then my question, given the current scenario or the present situation, my question or my concern is that what role does the academia or the intelligentsia or the academics have to play in this, in the road to recovery from this particular situation? So what is the road to recovery from this situation, and is there a way of promoting critical thinking so that we can arrive at a point or an idea of Manipur which is acceptable for all the communities, since our so-called the state of Manipur is not a homogeneous society or a homogeneous state. So what is the way forward or way to recovery from this, sir?
Thank you. So perhaps that question Oja can answer, and the political transformation Oja can answer.
Quickly to both Ibemana Han Paduda Aigi Oinadi intelligentsia ki role Havasi Yam Chawna Sulay, Yam limited to Oi. Limited in the sense that intelligentsia Singsana Hecta own the Porakadavanana Aquina initiate to that only politicians, administration, Sigi whole executive legislation report to democratic setup. Tawudabu legislate Torakuriba law mayam, execute Tawduriba mayam, do Madu the Safu Piba, Wakalon Amana, do the Sep Torakpanba, do the intelligentsia Singi Matoni and Aloje. Aduga idea of Manipursi Kaidana Hosik Lahan Gay Hiragati, Nasigi Lady situation. ID Nasi is a third Makatan Uzadebema. ID 2001 the given we am immediately Changmakanda, because I was also involved in that. Aina involved Tobagi Changsi, Haibum Kandana Nungaira Roy Machita. Angapang I like talking about Kau Henu the lady, Mashita Nungdang. And then a journal of formed in a Torah, saved together in a highway. I don't know how far we have succeeded, but let's at least I wonder about the Manipur Nuxivadumadi, Hengela Prana Kale, at least it has changed me. 2001, the Gakoi was it horror about Han with the Queen Tobase, Nasi Torisimina. I was in 2004, I was an associate professor at that time. Nagasinch, I'm sounding ever. And our writings were targeting the Nagas. Han namakagna do the high no writing see even Naga target to rene see the equiki wakalon natin, and that shaped us. We have to rethink. Kariki no the Masai Manaba Nehuda Ujama Srikantana political science ki mana Magi writings the Ampajaba Mahaya Naga nationalism, Maite nationalism, and Masinadum Loshalani Nangum Kambiro. Naga nationalism is built on ethnicity, exclusive ethnicity. Naga. Whoever is Naga will be part of it. Whoever is not a Naga is excluded. And immediately with this exclusivist identity, Siga tuna Mina Luishna Karinoda, Naga Katang Natabalam. Naga Natabana Tage, Hiragadi permission, Yogadava. Natragadi, they have to be out. So, exclusivist identity amaga. Tuna land, Siga, Tuna Satmineva. masi Naga nationalism ki characteristics neba. Whereas Maitai nationalism jimana haibada, it is a civic nationalism. Whereas that means see the identity the base tawdava. Nangi community punna lamina taragadi kamaina tuna lamina gani haibagi maduda shape tawa norms, rules, regulation maduda mayam yanaraga satminna na bahonaba. Masi Maitai the layaba. Aduna ni Maitai singna paite bheng dagi sidakari chief minister ki mamang the layriba Dulalen, new Dulalen, sida karim ta hai gidravani. Only third making matung kita kuisi ninglak paywane ba. Otherwise we were so cool about it. Khetri gaw dagi lilong dagi taura iba mayam se kana chu kichu hairam this. So we felt that we were taken for a ride. Kuisi weak oina low grain hai ozana di frightened hai ko. Adu wo siki composition je. I think in spite of all the crisis, Maitais must not lose our essential value of collective composite culture ki kano se values hai koi Maitai mangoi da bane ba hujik se kitang mang ba dong na am chauna lai ba masi ai ki kitang akiba ma lai du ba dwain thamjage oja gojin si da oja na di logi rani ko aina ama gatang thamjening bana self determination ki wari se aina oja naurim sana jawboga aina yaning da ba khara sum oja ga tana khiba line ama ani katang haijage self determination. The concept emerged at certain point in time, 20th century ki colonized oiba country mayam sibu tunga namogi self determination to build up a territory which you call a sovereign nation. Africa da Latin America da Asia da sigi lakhi bane madu ki iroi nana Manipur su ning tamgadabani Naga sing chu mogi ning tamgadabani haibagi sense the self determination concept se float tawki. But no, I'm now challenging that idea. No idea is sacrosanct for all time. Idea khuding magsi history the root torga chatkaneba. Idea mem se recept to jana sa IP ba. Si own grabrana. Own but in self determination ki basics se keno. Right to my own freedom of choice of thinking and deciding. Ai ki mot di 2001 dagi na ngasi bhawa da ina uri sa du mangsu leram mini du aina active oijarak. One thing I have realized, and maybe I'm wrong, please correct me, that is Manipur kalan ge hai akan ma Manipur ama lehen ge hai taragadi only within India oibang amne na ilaweba. India da ki tungan tagar kan da Manipur kan ba ama ubanga moeba. Akoi ki geopolitics yang bio, geography yang bio, population yang bio, kamaina leiri ge hujik se akoi se. Akoi na khanjari ba Manipur simakta da sring toksal aga kahan bang amalakri bas. It's a realization that we have to see. So self-determination must be one, accommodative over character, but we have to be strong. But our self-determination is not away from India, but within, and we have to work out. Transformation industry even you may say small industry, but aina khangja bada doctor sing aina unaba kansida even medical industry haigadra medical tourism ko bigadra angak phapang expand to nagi honaramina more rom da baba langna ba Myanmar da ki patient la aga sida chang pai ji Nagaland da chatri bani Mizoram da chatri bani Manipur da changai bane. We have the capacity. We have to build and that human resources capability to build up the working matam neba. Nongai pair ga launch hona after koi jiksina atopa situation na bani. But I am talking of the larger issue of self-determination. This is my limited way. I may be wrong. I am open to correction, discussion. Uzar.
Hello. Sa ipi mama maning ding hangak pado. This is a very important thing. Who is an intellectual? Aduga magi place in society si karino haibito. Europe, Britain, France, Moise, they come together. Academics say they are producers of knowledge. Producers of knowledge ni aduna public discourse ka yauba khabar da iba ka se da sanga ma academic koitre intellectual ide haibelai. But you go to Japan, you go to Southeast Asia, asitana mo practicing academicians haibama intellectuals haibama adigi then knowledge producing haiba anisi can all over the world the maduni chatli base. So ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ academics or intellectual ꯍꯥꯏꯔ ꯀꯅꯥꯕꯨ ꯈꯟꯅꯩ ꯃꯁꯤ Dr. ꯈꯣꯏ ꯁꯥꯎꯕꯤꯔꯛꯄ ꯌꯥꯏꯀꯣ this common parlance intellectualsꯤꯡꯁꯦ mostly in general university system dagi madusu humanities or social sciences tawba kanguse masi oina Britain and Europe tana orthodox amain lorami now and hajeningi it's academics especially intellectuals in governance aduna India gi su hanetigi hauna taru hujik henana chahi manga trasi yam kanna hena toksale you will find now aikoina university is 81 changba matamda ko academics singa kaji involved to hujikti in every government ki any policy making body da committee sema matamda the academics are now included sini so and if you want academics and intellectuals to be involved in social transformation give autonomy to the academics give freedom do not enslave them adu hetorba society is growth or right now, self-determination or revolution or secession, these are all aigi nation do nuksijabdagi aigi self ki better way out ne haibidagi but they all have their time, they all have their lives. Loinamak social transformation matamda at every historical point of time they have served the cause of development of whomever they are fighting for. But dialogue tauba aduga halakpa haibase re-examine ourselves tauba that is itself a way to transformation. Social transformation I say muknadana lairaga forever fight to buduna that is not social transformation. Aduna that yes surrender it is a step towards a self transformation. Lehuriba kambutu saw that may also be a step. Anibak step never. So these are all part of social transformation. Social transformation as a black and white from all sides. Politicians and academics and intellectuals direction madu konjan dasan gadavun heba mado politicians in fair intellectual and academics in fair in Manipur in underdeveloped societies. That is our problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Oja. So I think we have answered the question as to how we will conceptualize Manipur and how we should have a resilient Manipur. A resilient Manipur is when the Meiteis are more accommodative, more democratic, more so than the past. And we have answered as to how we will transform into that in terms of the identity, the population, the imagination, the territory, and the historicity we need to reinvent ourselves. So with this, we'd like to end the session. Thank you all.
First session se khara khajiktang sangkhibana maram oiraga tinbiriba khwai punabakna khoi minute tara mangagi khoi atenba break am khatang mayamgi mafamda thamjage. Stay tuned.
dasu ihinata napaginain lagpok lamle sainol sang langsu honggat lamle kutusu taipet tahilamle sawong sa tasong lamle Roina, Lowry Bum, Point, Siding in Lowry Sea, Matix, look at Matic. I am the power of a Tamoy, the power of in a power of a God, if I couldn't a power of sea, Matixi, I'm now. I look at business spinning it. Napagina in Lotok, Sino Sam, Langshu, Home Catlambe. Kutusu taipet tahilamle sawong sa tasong lamle timbal mayagi
kaya ama thambirami loina loinana lengbirakliba khwai punamakna tongan tongan ba wahang kaya ama thambiduna hena mapung phaba dugumba akhigi ngasigi thauramasi ohenbi bagi damakta lengbirakliba khwai punamakpu hanna hanna thagatpa phongdokchari loina loinana akhigi ngasigi thauramasi dinner su yawbana maram oiraga tinbiriba akhigi thauramasi bu mapung phan bigani haina lengbirakliba khwai punamakna isa isa gi achinba matam khara khajiktang kaithok piduna mapung phahan bigani thawai happy gani haina lakpiba simaksu hena thagachei loina loinana thauramasi loiba phauba kaidana saru yabina basu hanna hanna nolokchari. Thank you. And the second session is about to begin, and I would like to call all the speakers of the second session. So I'd like to call upon Dr. Farijuddin, Imphal College Assistant Professor, to come up on the dais and take your respected seat. And now, I would like to call upon Dr. Asima Hawizam, Telemanas, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare Goal, to come up on the dais and take your chairs respectively. And last but not the least, Chetan Yensembam, Research Scholar, DMU, to come up on the dais and take your chairs. And the conversation will be with Dr. Homen Thangjam, Associate Professor, IG and TU. So I request Dr. Homen Thangjam to come up on the dais and take your chairs respectively. Before starting the second session, let me highlight some few lines about Dr. Farijuddin Khan. Dr. Farijuddin Khan is an assistant professor at the Department of Political Science, Dhanmanjuri University, Manipur. He is the author of the United States Approach to FMCT Negotiations, Lesson for India 2022. He has published numerous articles in reputed peer-reviewed journals and online academic e-zines on diverse aspects of U.S. Indian foreign and domestic policy and traditional and non-traditional security challenges. Recently, his research interests have been widened to include the issues of minority acculturation strategies in a pluralist democratic society. The civil servant turned academician is a columnist at the Delhi Guardian, New Delhi. Dr. Khan holds an MA, MPhil, and PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University, JNU, New Delhi. He is a member of the International Studies Association, Connecticut, US, and a life member of the International Political Science Association, Canada. He received the UGC JRF SRF Fellowship from 2012 to 2017. And now let me highlight about Dr. Asima. Dr. Asima did her MBBS from Lady Hardinge Medical College, postgraduate psychiatry from IBHAS, New Delhi, senior residency for 4 years at RIMS Psychiatry. Have worked in de-addiction at RIMS Drug Treatment Center before joining Telemanas, which aims for providing free, easily accessible mental health around the clock for the population. And here we have Mr. Chetan Yensembam. Mr. Chetan Yensembam is a young legal research scholar currently pursuing his PhD in School of Legal Studies, DMU. He completed his LLB from Faculty of Law, Delhi University, and Masters from Ambedkar University, Delhi. He is an Anil Diwan School Scholarship awardee and studied MPhil at the Center for Study of Law and Governance, JNU. His scholarly works include intersection of law, politics, and society, race, jurisprudence in India, and free speech. And lastly, let me highlight about Dr. Homen Thangzam. Dr. Homen Thangzam is an associate professor at the Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Manipur. He is a PhD from the School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, besides being an academician of the highest caliber. He has worked over the years in various public domains as a public intellectual. He is a prominent figure in TV discussions and has numerous articles published under his name, including that of peace building and conflict studies. Thank you very much. Now the session will begin. Thank you. Okay. Marak thatna karigumba matang chitha hore khoi I would like to call upon retired General Alan Singh to honor traditional Lengyan to all the speakers.
Yaraba.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again. Kugitin biriba kwai punamak amadi dai sakta lengkhat biriba speaker sing the yaba logjaraga. Kugi ani shuba session asi haushin jarage. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Language ba mayambu korno na kurumjari matakta lengkachari ba koina sangna matam lauda bida ko yoja ani bungo ani na thambiram ba akoi gi kana naina bagi maroi ba machang adudagi hausira na ina aigi colleagues mayam the request taujari. Few observations. One, nahak kitang oitak tauba Professor Bhagat na kitang ahan oitak tauba Professor Priyoranjan de chai here. It was because of your generation, you know, or because of which, because of the, you know, the loss of energy or the direction of the energy as we a community has, you know, given in, which is responsible for many of the, you know, happenings today. And secondly, that the Meiteis are chauvinistic. I don't know if you agree or not. I want you to speak about that. And also the Meiteis as a community are insular. Sauna, Patna, Yengbujungamdaba, amongst many others. These are the, you know, the beginning, you know, the trait that I want to pick up. And let me begin from Faris Woodin. He doesn't need any more introduction. And the three of them, my colleagues, young colleagues here, Hojik Loina, Akoina, Inkalaiba, Amasung, Magi field, Hazana, performed Organizu Kaliba, we saw a very bright future for Manipur. In addition, I believe including me, 4 of us, have had the opportunity of rubbing shoulders with so many other communities from within Manipur and from also without Manipur. Adumasu laibani na akoigi ichang thauba haigadra, and also the ability to take criticisms, and also at the same time hanna kumbazungam ganina thaze. With this short or rather brief introduction, let me begin from Fariswuddin. Ahan anina thambiramba that the Meiteis are chauvinistic, or that the Meiteis are insular haibaze. Because you as a Meitei Fangal, how do you feel? I don't expect a very subjective answer, but objectively, the way the Meiteis as a community in their hegemonic ways have sweat over Manipur. Please take your time.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the Manipur Thinkers Forum for inviting me and having me. Aduga ani subada za host oibagidamakta I'm also thankful. Question say Janati objectively habiyo hai, but the question itself is very subjective in the sense that multiple personalities can give multiple answers to it. Isam samna objectively effort ama toraga haiba matamda hegemonic haibadi ai kanman braina khalle. Yes, chauvinism haiba pot city, and this is not exclusive to Meitei community or communities. This is exclusive community, exclusive oide chauvinism je everywhere like. Maro ina akoigi society amada state amada leiba matamda, irrespective of religion, irrespective of any kind of ethnic or any kind of this ascriptive sensibilities, chauvinism haibase adum lay. India dasu lay as a larger akoina bird's eye view yeng matamda da Manipur dasu lay tabra haibadi laite hairagadi ai langani khalli. There is chauvinism. Adubo handaki irang sina amo hena kitang henkal halle. There is a heightened form of chauvinism, and sometimes akoigi Meitei communities maraktasu periphery da layriwa aidi akoina seng na harawa kanda isamaki community so Meitei gi yauraga lakibani, and we can't deny it. Even if some people want to deny it, it can't be denied, because ethnicity is something which is not fluid. It is centuries old built up things. Aduna masigi potse lay tabra haibati lay tabu hegemonic natraga yamna insular oiba the excessively exclusive oibra hadi as a Meitei community omoina. I know honestly I yengjaba matam da madumati oide na khalle. Hoi irang sina.
We'll come down to that, yes. You know, the present crisis, yes. At a later stage. Okay, thank you very much. Yes. And Ibema Simada Laksarabakanda, you're a psychiatrist. You had the opportunity of working with many people, all right? And I believe doctors, next to the teachers, are the only, you know, the professionals who meet people from diverse walks of life. Quite lighter badagi, quite nakun badagi, quite wangangan badagi, quite sati badagi, Dr. Wahaki to na koisida. But you as a psychiatrist, but this feeling of chauvinism and the appropriation in certain rituals. For example, we are very happy that this platform is very, very secular in the sense that it's so academic and secular, which is very beautiful. The Sigi whole, any kunayama candida, because in social science also we have read the literature of, you know, Franz Fanon, perhaps you also might know about him, a great, you know, psychiatrist or a psychologist who produce beautiful works about the black people, especially in his work like the Ratchet of the People Ganaka. The minor Putorak, Franz Fanon is experience, but in a concerning way, this, you know, accumulated process of so-called the feeling of superiority gumbalakpa. Because sometimes it's chauvinistic feeling gumbakwede am lahan basa. How do you explain it? This accumulated process of the sense of superiority. Actually,
thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Actually, this is one of my topic. I say, Ishagi Hizaragadico, Yamna, my days am chair of Mehana. Ado let's begin from my childhood with the idea of Manipur. As a Manipuri, initially I had this very, I don't know if it's false pride, it's like a mini India. We are the secular majority, the Meiteis, we are very tolerant, and we are very kind, or let's say liberal. Ado shigi qualities haujik se leiribra su khangde, appreciate tawnaribra su khangde ko. Ado aina sum khale sum mangtharak pato ko ai khoi Meitei chai banate ko. Sum aina sum urak pase. Hana di shigi quality me asem appreciate tawna sine superior ne khanara me ko. Ado hujik se sum mangtha braina khalakpa. Haibdi akoina adumaina hairaka lakpa response. Phai phate khangde ko tasengna haibata. I'm just a doctor, I'm just observing. So when I observed and when I reflected, I think it comes out of insecurity more than superiority. Sigi superiority complex se. Haibadi, in a way, maybe we feel threatened. Keko. Akoigi leizaramba, akoigi identity mang hidra, akoina majority ne leizaraga, akoi namthabi hidra. Akoigi aphabasi, akoigi against use to birakadra. Akoina yam liberal and proud of jaramba, akoina yam majority ne, we are responsible people, we are the ones who are going to guard hiraga yam chauthona leizaramba si akoigi against the lakadra. I think it's fear more than being a feeling of superiority. It might be wrong also, but after observing it from a very sad perspective, I think it's fear, mostly.
He says that, sometimes fear can do unthinkable things, and the false pride high gadra, adum kirasu akanba sabado, adumaina. Kenoda aina laksaningi badi chetan da ko. Chetan da laksaningi badi ahni bugo ani na wali sanaram bada, they talk beautifully about philosophies, values, norms, institutions, but they never mention anything about legalities. Talk the way ko. The constraints the legal apparatus can have upon our lives, even the way we look at certain things. Ngasi Manipur gi oira iba phibam je, before we start conversing about the idea of Manipur, kitang legal gi oiba miyeng dagi kitang soi ba gumba zu leibra mamang dagi, briefly please.
First of all, very thank you to Manipur Thinkers Forum for giving me an opportunity to share my ideas through this platform. The idea of Manipur gi ngak pa matamda ai observation da ding asai Manipur na India gi hiwanung da tingra kan da Manipur gi India gi constitution gi.
No, my question is before adugi sigi holdring ejira mamangi je. Have the Thai because all the story began from a certain angan bamatamam da gedam hore idana. Ada koi ni thopalingi matam da even luga dubu leibra legalities je I bet ke leiram bagi monga ubra aduguma footprints to the gi. Then kanong ngasagi constitution gi lai baduna kon second round ta mutobas.
Thank you, sir. From the schools of thought yang taragadi akoina law je miyeng makal gi miyeng the yang payai. Haidi from the schools of analytical jurisprudence yang taragadi ngasagi law je just state na sembadu law ne harakadoi adu atopa natural schools and sociological schools ki matungi na mu yang taragadi law si koi hana dagi leizari ba customs adagi regulations adagi akoina traditional practices customary rules mayam si akoina law ne na adum haina wa juris eminent juris mayam amudum leiriu auna ningthau palingai matam da su kanana haibadu law no or kanana haibadu regulations no hai taragadi ngasai gi laiba ningthau na hairamba magi rules and regulation to khakta natana koi gi people sing na leiriba magi society the practice toriba sing du su akoina adum law ne haina adum longna gani adu ngasai gi idea of Manipur siapa madam da law gi su yamna chawwa legal role ama yamna chawna layena khanjei
aduna second round the kanamina je adudi akhoi kenona habi chetana thammi ningi jeina khanjabada nikthokna loyum ba singen gi matam da a form of constitution nama leiram laga mayam da magi occupation ga pirakpa then after that palak pa nikthokna yumna kum da pirakpa is a kind of law Then apart from there, certain conventions like UK, where they don't have a, all the when in a more than 50%. Law money from the perspective of the natural.
School of law. Pacha system zu leijani aduga ngasai nupising akhoi hauji hauji chu akhoi na dum remnants khara de dum uba phangjari haijari ba adi club ki akhoi gi lekai khodingi club na ngasai gi juridical forms of akhoi court yaw davida dum any dispute lakpa khodima dum settlement pi bagi or natraga any non third party amaga negotiation tawrakanda court yaw tabida dum lotion bagi culture ma koi gi Manipur da so hauji zum alternative forms of ngasai dispute resolution gi mong da hauji so dum lei diwa this forms also ngasai atopa community sing da ju adum sigi forms sing je dum lei di adu sigi mechanism mayam je koina punna khangmin na taragadi som community khudima ki koi gi legal disputes resolution mechanism sing je punna tona tinadana leiminap taragadi koi gi ha hauji yamna dichotomy laiba yamna separation laiba pot singje kitang da oir chu kan mangang badana kanji.
Thank you very much. Ngasigi topic si ako'y nauzaba the first ako'y ahan bagi saro haizabatare. It is a resilient Manipur haiba maleko. Makatarak badana reconceptualization karam makalgi da porakpa yagadra concept haiba word siyang sinay. Aduna hana ako'y politically speaking ako'y Dr. Kenona kanbibada Farizna kanbibada like this very resilience ako'y da yauriba resilient oiba habide ay nakanjabada talking about a community frupa ma oina from three ako'y kenodagi accident po haigadra for example threat ako'y da pirak pa yaba ahum dagi oiba maleko one which is so biological mahiki oibiyai puadi siba lainagum ba biological threat haiba male. Second is prakriti na PV ba natural disasters like flood ising chawba nong sudaba chaba phangakta gazu aduna natural threat dagi. Then third sina akoi human life ta affect is man-made hojikti man-made naktani haita bani natra ana ahum sidagi ngakthokpa ngamba laina tina natragana ngasai ge na haijagi ba makhalom dagi sum furupa boina ngakthokpa ngamlakpa ji resilient oibrana uzayeba the way I want to interpret the first no we were candida politically how resilient we were and then sigi very hallmark of resilience karidagi tholakpano haibadune because premise sama yang batarabadi akoina chaitharol kumba ba pabani khangde amani khangde is all about intermixing. It's all about it's all about intermixing. Adituna strength amo oibiyai ana kabibra matamamada once upon a time, which perhaps is how do you view it? This political resilience.
The msiki question je kitang ai elaborate tawjage ko. Because this question is very important. It is the crux of a conflict la iba ko liba sikatana tana mamang the talk rijo. I jung khanjabada ahamada to the question that is Manipur resilient? Yes, Manipur is resilient. We often hear a national conference, international conference outside of Manipur is India ki democracy is it's a resilient democracy. Hai. Indian state is a resilient. Hai. I also feel the same about this particular state. I Manipur so a resilient oide have it. But this is the starting point, yes. But let me elaborate my points. Why is it resilient? Karigino have a matamda. Akwena history the sumiyang matamda because the questions were involved where. Questions sumiyang matamda. It has the history of say mamangda akoi uza guru anina so haibikre. Say approximately recorded history the 2000 years which is equivalent to Roman civilization. Asuk chauba asuk sangba civilization sida said pre-colonial dingarang nahan tangairi, that is 17th, 18th century. Haibadi, Matei have a Purupsiki Horpum Sungasaki clan mayam Chipunsala kan, clan mayam say, I know some Tazamatam, the Paruina Professor Joy Kuman, Heke Hanjan Palle. A quick clan Makasis, minor Matei Hanaleram Ponte, clan Makai Masamasaki Tongan, there's a tribe so in a Lera Makan, the Kona, Masiki says, centuries of forging Lakan, the Matei Hana Lakivan. And that, luckily, for Mateis, they have done much before pre-colonial era, the Loishangreb, centuries before that. aduga maitai haba pochi la kanda atopa mathang including my own communities the immigration ki history ngaktani India bo ero South Asia bo ero Southeast Asian sigi lady ba kingdom matamamada ko sisu akoi gi kano webs of immigration lakpani madu religiously Muslim oina lakhiba yai natragana as Hindus oina lakhiba yai to caste oina lakhiba su yai adugo sigi laiba makhai se mitai haiba phurup sinang sai punjang graba matungda masi acceptability ma chauna leiram mi masida akoina pre-colonial era da leiram music kai no habo kanam da hadi Chinese philosopher mani am phajana hai akoina the India the unity in diversity hai ba Nehruvian thought makoina harmony in diversity hai dana aduna lakliba maitai jisu pre-Hindu zization tawdringai mamang da su laiba Hindu laktringai da se atop immigrants mapan da outside of sigi kingdom sidagi laiba sing se accept for whatever the made the causes of their immigrations they have accepted it. Even the immigrants also, they have tried to remove the tag and they successfully removed the tag also, and they have to certain extent assimilated and largely integrated into that Meitei, largely Meitei dominant culture to the integrate tawgrebo. And assimilation see so successful oi, but more of an integration. That means makoina pujara iba heritage cultures lakriba aduga leirammiba host cultures iga animak se high oeva. That means they don't give up that heritage culture in integration, but they warmly accepted the host culture, which is largely Meitei culture or largely culture. Aduna sigi pre-colonial era da leihriba se kaino habakanda mafam maroina koina panmakanda leiriba oziki communities apart from Meitei communities, Nagas, Kukis, mayam leihriba mayam se host of say harmony of diversity. Diverse oi. That means many of them tribes have become Christianized, Christian one gra. So the Meitei ayam anamana Hindus all. Then there is Muslims also, which have ethnicized, become Meiteis, otherwise religiously Muslims. They retain their Islamic religious identity. So harmony of cultures ida masiki at the crux of it masiki pivot sida Meitei communities in ever. That is why as I was bagatna harido. It's a leading community has a important of a community in ever. As a leader amoina as a forefront adi atopa mayamse as a brothers sisters dona treat tobagi masigi akoigi kano say sensibilities asokkimatic wang ai haijaningi. That is why I said in the beginning, yes, chauvinism I cannot say because frankly and honestly I cannot lie just to appease the communities or community. But chauvinism leramba yai, but it is not hegemonic. But it is not hegemonic. It is not insular. It is not extraordinary exclusive. Maybe exclusive tendency adum lay matam-matamgi matungina. Masi pre-colonial ni, then colonial changakre, then British changakre, then colonial era, then India merged Manipur as a kingdom, broke down and become part of India. Now, Haujik akoina 1949 gi matungda na at least 1947 gi matungda leire ise kaino haba adugi matamda su sigi harmony of akoigi diversity se dum leiye. So Manipur haiba se horakpadagi hauna we say 33 AD ga hai horakpade hauna ID within Meitei so intra Meitei gi diversity lai that were forged as a single community largely aduga adugi matung dasu pre-colonial colonial dasu diversity of harmony of diversity adum leire. And this is what we need today also. Unity and diversity have a national building da yamna darkar laibane, but I think that idea is more of a strategic, particularly when we fight, when we compete with international system the atopa country ga atopa systems in the kind of fight over this unity and diversity is an aspiration. It's like nation building. But when we have state building or something like, we need Manipur gumbada akoigi pluralist society haitare. Pluralist society is akoi kano so professor na so panbike pluralist society the end which India is, or India at least constitutionally is. Akoigi harmony of diversity is asukimatic important to have. Why harmony? Because commonality and harmony are different things. Commonality that the differences laity have never. That is why the meaning is commonality. But this is not, even if we aspire to be, it is not feasible. It is not possible because it has not been. Aduba akoy na daka laidi kayo habakan the laidi ba diversity is akoy accept ba diversity sigi marakta. And I'm not talking about a multicultural society because that concept is totally failed in where it has originated in Canada. And I'm talking about an integral society where largely I'll elaborate in the next, where the dominant, yes, the dominant community is the pivot, still the pivot, but it understands that harmony of diversity. It understands, accepts that harmonious diversity or harmony of diversity is the practical, feasible thing. Masi kamaina togani habado I'll elaborate it.
Okay, I mean about the models and the feasibility,
Yes.
no? We can talk in the next round.
Sure.
Like there is a psychology of the state, there is a psychology of the nation, forget about that. Punishment is who kunayamasidum shepto. And the Ozapri Ranjan praised the Southeast Asian culture like anything, but as far as we know, the South Asian people are the worst when it comes to giving punishment to people. Akhoi like Yomale, Yengi Polanga Hapaga, Turiendaga, Laxalaga, Nintonaga Warakiba, Pajay Chingba, then even in Topa. Akhoi the trauma didn't labor Maleka. Ada ngasagi war gi trauma nataba, then atopagi nataba da, ngasagi sigi resiliency da, ngasagi need to di karita way idea kwena next the kanaba yarabazu. Are the Manipuris traumatic by nature? Adugi resilience some of the equator labor. If you elaborate of you.
Are the Manipuris traumatized? I think obviously we have traumatized. Akwai the toy ma'am yam grego. Akwai some ying, but the even personal life the ying, but the insurgency la the game cool down then we were happy ke maybe we're in a normal or normalized track. Adagi muk handaki lance yung lae. Ado sina major event ki wani ko. Ado machama shu ama shu Manipur the thoi. So I think it's natural that we are traumatized, and I think we are traumatized more than other states, because and resilience, I would say, resilience is not really about being strong. Akwai ni amna false idea malay ko resilience hai gadi amna strong oiba ka imta din hada kai ling da bai tare ko trauma phanga su ling da ba adum nangi function se dum tawlei ba that is not resilience. I think it's more of denial. Someday that strong person is going to, that strong culture or strong nation is going to have some nicks, it's going to break down. Resilience, I think, is being strong while being weak. So whenever, for example, whenever I see a patient, if I go to my practice, there are some patients who who want to appear very strong. They'll keep repeating that, Dr. Manaktadi, I don't really need you. Like they want to convey this feeling that I don't really need you. I'm not usually like this. But I would like to say that human beings are usually weak. When someone appears very strong, it's usually a facade or it's usually a defense mechanism. So only when you embrace your weakness, I have the soul, I have say, resilience or say. So yes, we are traumatized, but Manipuris, sometimes I feel like we're too resilient also. Like we are taking whatever is coming to our way. I never thought it's going to be this grave, because we have been dealing with so many situations. Hanagi trek to them chakibadong toy, say no my don't chakini, lang on the chakini, a quina trauma, the puraka, are we healed? Or have we just decided to forget about it? So sometimes I feel like Manipuris as a society are too resilient maybe. We have forgotten to heal ourselves, we have forgotten to take precautionary or remedial measures so it doesn't happen again. It's a coping mechanism, but it's not a very productive or very useful coping mechanism. So we need to heal our traumas, we need to talk about our traumas, we need to accept that we are faulty somewhere.
Thank you. That's beautiful. I cannot chetanda muglak sage. Sige resiliency the politically amug yang bay abra hai badu neba. Kasagi Clifford Gritzka wrote something about the theater state negaragana irameko taking coup from Ozapri Ranjan. A theater state. Some naibakanda Clifford na pibe example gazi like yam tuina hanging as I nagagi issue the zu noina maitei kuilam dida laisalaga palam banate. Loipot kahan bani gan haiba kanjida Grishna pibi am for the example like the smell of a tiger. Ningthosi like a tap the mayam kihanaba, now he becomes like a tiger. They like a kihanba. Then kaizina quite a convacunamaga to guidaba. adubu khun macha ngamgadaba tumnaba thugairaga mi ga siloi pharaga porakpa then also situ theater gi part amara adudu akoida resilient oibagi instead craft or whatsoever rule lama porakna bangam bagira secondly tamoga ozagana jo haibira me that akoi ji kya mo inclusive oige haiba kanjida akoina kaino da phambal ka aba matam da tangkul gi phi setpa they hand on even home with the boxi because sign of fertility ni gana haina ko then adugi nupana adugi tangkul gi dress set pa nupina adugi dress set pa gana ju mayam ama lady dana then coming down to modern Manipur the pre post colonial la the first chief minister of Manipur after gaining statehood is a Meitei Pangal natra oiko 1974 the interestingly akoigi Alimuddin gi matam si loira kanjida followed by PR, then Alimuddin Namuglaga. 1974, Yamasu Saiza became the Chief Minister of Manipur. Manipur Hills Union de Giniko. I did Matam Dugi Toromize. Then Adu Matung the Risangamu Hakani, then Atopa. Unfortunately, after that, we haven't seen many, except Kuki community, the Grisium, Oigi the Badi, Oigi Badi Yaudri, predominantly Tankul the Giaugre, Metei Akoigi, Metei Pangandagi, Metei the Giena. Do you think these are simply signs of appeasement? Natragana, it's a mechanism of practical resilience. Leminana Bohona Bakanjida, beyond the rhetoric of harmony in diversity or, so many Nehru's slogan, Mayam Tokana, practically I follow the Torambra. And Adumangna could be resilient, well, Libra,
It's a very important question. Sigi Matang, the evidence legal evidence haidurana traga koina minna uba evidence da ozana ju haibiriba koi appeasement policy khak natabida akoina maitai na yamna kana matam amada hona jarameba tawdabu akoi karamba matam dagi akoi chauvinistic maitai na chauvinistic oirakiba si akoina subconsciously akoina any emblem oiro natraga any symbols in the national kenoji Maitegi chauvinistic ideas it is on hand and some chatkiba I know Uzavada Adubu Isana Akoina practically Masi Kangbra higher gadi Aduzu Kangna Tawdaba subconsciously Akoida Dum Yauzeraga in Zeraga Chatkibazina internalized Tawbrakanda Hena separation Tapna Lakiva Matam Dudadi Koigi Keno Punna Chapminaram Bagi, Punna Hingmina Bagi, peaceful coexistence, ki spirito, Lairam Basia Kogi, Osanazo Haibiriba, Kogi, legal evidence, Oiramiba, Chief Minister Oiramiba, Mayam Sinadum, Akoin evidence in a low Baya. Aduga Lakadoriba, Kogi, Matung Tarapada, Akoina Kamaina, Shigi spirit, some relief Toraga Tamgadoino, Hibaduna Hena, Marueva. Hojik question amadi hoji yamna chauna lady masije koina legally everything comes to ngasai legal framework to ki matung manung da loina mak chingjalakadaba oibnina akoina legal solution jing aduga india gi constitution na piriba magi framework manung duda loina ma pushala kanda peaceful coexistence kamaina karamna possible oigada ki haibase koigi intellectual sing na jumunna khanara kanda koigi hanagi leiramiba spirit to Howzik amu relief oinaba honaba haibasi akoigi Maitei community or onatraga as a Manipuri amagi resilience to takane na ina uzay.
Thank you very much. Faris dam laksege. Faris ngasagi mayam na sum waris hanaba kanjira role of intellectuals si yam kana dipan biko. Aduga whatever revolution that have occurred across the world. Nangi post keno haraja koina civil war in United States of America aduda budi Pandri mo United States o idri. Tamdinigi wo from the akoina sum nainarakpa kanjida even if you talk about the Soviet Union or Chinese Revolution, Cambodia, elsewhere, mayam di yang ba kanjida many of the revolutions tholakiba mayam di it's not by the elites or it is not by the what you call the working class. Middle class in ayam ba porokiba do na tawe. I in a conservator, that's according to my thesis in a democratization processing Jabakandida. These are the historical evidences. The middle class is the most important never. Manipur gita ako ni yung pagkanda then ado itadi ilitra ako gi Weberian model lakpa tarabadi mari ni kaidurak tori badu natra paisa pai ba magi status na ohen ba then magi personality na ohen ba then ma tau ba thubak tunaga intellectual we am we but the powerful force today is the middle class never and even Manipur gi case the chumbra na khanjai because educated oire mana like hai bhai tab na tongan bane organic intellectuals mayam ama lady samnai kan like hai ba kwaidagi hai ba mi na di naharon di lukti semgidaba mal ai na khanjabada but those who are connected with the grassroots then even political parties same badazu it is not by the intellectuals per se kwaidi lai hai ba mi na ju same da badong tawi but by the those connected with the grassroots with little bit of vision which we call the ideas which are so open ended never ideas are open-ended. And the problem is we fall in love with ideas. Aduna name aduna pura idu. Aina laksiting iba pointi. Aduna sigi forces mayam tida. So when we talk about the ideas of Manipur, ngasai gi precipitate torakba ning thogi matam dagi colonial time dagi mahi oina chumdharakba mayam amadi leire. So nangna adom na khanbi bada ngasai gi sui kribaja. The moment we talk about the idea of Manipur, soigi bazi, kanahana soigi banogana, because mamangi dadi blame tonagi bazi, and the generation of Nahanamada Jutawe, then question Torapuda zu elite the say was yaure, natra, adu Faris na kanbiba da kanagi, kanano, soigi bazi, and a command uwe.
Yeah, important question. Elites sida Manipurgi context. Elite haibaga middle class haibaga natraga na say working class natraga say suppose kano micham haibasiga yamasigi distinction jai wakanda kitang blur over maru in elite so called elite and middle class haibase ai wakanda fazana compartmentalized to the masigi problematic khara lay so when I say elite suppose I have JNU the tame I come from a lower middle class family but I went to JNU and I went to America but I became elite. But JNU although it came from scholarship and my highly competitive so I become an elite. But again, economically speaking and even intellectually, I come from a very lower middle class and sometimes it gets blurred with a bit of, aduna sigi pochimale. But yes, Manipur ki context se kitang blur over here bagi wani, but middle class has a very big role. Aduna elite ki poche, for example, elite middle class thadu intelligentsia haidra intellectual haitare public intellectual sing da maroina sai koi professor na haibi ki ba university system dagi lakpa college system the higher education dagi lakpa kangu sige makoi ki roles and not concentrated to university teachers but others also social activists who are not university students. Sigi problems zi karino and habakanda. If I say historicity magi leramba yai, but a historicity that yam chatta bida problem hoji contemporary problem hai tare masida lairi zi karino habakanda. It is too materialistic in the sense that sense of belongingness to that particular profession, to that particular sense of duty hai tare as an identity. Identities identity adom high. But identities are ascriptive values than ever. Identity that means poke the yaura aba religion haitare, natraga say racial, natraga ethnic haitare, poke the ascriptive value. But acquired values, say I have a choice to become a Manipur civil servant. I was there in Manipur civil services as one of the administrator, but I chose to shift to this choice. And then I acquired torga through talents. Irrespective of our backgrounds, lakpasida akoina uzasing maruina ai wakhandani as a youngster masi a kind of constructive criticism when lobby ai senior ujasu yaurongani but don't take it otherwise uja oiba matamda this is just a tinkering point uja oibagi pride chi leijatebo MCS omo oibda ai MCS ni haibagi magi tongan ba pride ama leijai organization magi su leijai adumaina uja oibada natraga artist ni haibada artist amagi pride to uja amada aina ujaba phangde I am talking generally masi individually nate generally Manipur da leite India da su leite but Manipur da amo henjelle oja oiragati amna tuon bagi mawongda that is the starting point because if I don't am confident if I'm not proud of my profession which is a class 1 and group A service adu taragati aiki intellectual contribution towards social and economic transformation kadai di lakani aigi phurup ki natraga aigi community natraga aigi state sigi natraga India ki oiba aigi contribution kadai di lakani adu itaragati the perception that India ozasing gi particularly the maruina akoigi higher bureaucracy de leiba and isamak tajarabane ozasing loi nungsai yaira tolop chaba ngakani and that perspective affects the generations us akoi da so adu ki stereotyping da dum tawe aduna akoi na kainoma haijaruba matamda that creates nakoi di tolop charam gani anoi tolop chang charabni na haidana akoi ki phangpam thokpa ko akoi ki PhD ki increment it's completely denial and that gives as a consequence when ozagi community da manoina Manipur da yamna low level community de lay ado haira iba poto maram kharadi lay but not all teachers are like this particular generations who are outside they are very competitive but koi gi leire iba maji chu graba pot ama because of some earlier generations anambana that is an aduna intellectual gi pot se low confident oibadagi research to gi quality wali and obviously this is complemented by systemic failure akoi da self censorship ki issue la khalli jam oina wangang freedom oina ngang even class the fauba akoi recording to biganu gaina because we never know because as a political science student when I talk about say ethnic federalization in Manipur kanagomo ki sentiment nama because sentiment naijidi it's very sensibility ni thi hai bai shodum sauba adu de phajai har shodum sauba the sensitivity lom de lom chakrabani na it's very very difficult for us teaching the problem lie aduna we have low confidence and that is because of certain form of systematic failure and that has multiple reasons as an intellectual thing that the question li am tawbudi lai but who are intellectuals and what kind of intellectuals makoi the space laibra space lairaga su makoi da akoi gi materialistic oiba habadi not in the sense of money but in the sense of that kind of intellectual acumen madu knowledge learn and unlearn the process to madu tauribra after they cease to become a student and become a teacher have a achoba question and this root cause has to be together madu mathak tagi higher ups tagi as well as from the teaching community also academic community to laira kanda if this is solved if teacher are given enough confident intellectual transformation intellectual input haitare intellectual contribution to social and economic transformation will do adugi level du la kanda I think masugumba conflicts I think 90% I can wish away natraga at least prevent over ngambagi capability like gadra haina khalli adubo elite haiba kanda koina mayam na urise teachers are not elite are bureaucrats and the political executives who have elected who have contested aduga teaching intellectual community the natraga any elite haina even businessmen the power until unless they reach a certain level they are not considered generally perception the general perception the late na khali
nung ju nungai ri mayam na habi bada Manipur gi oza gi di oza khan gi ban mit gi like padre hai ade atopam na ha no like ta padab du dia rai bani wakan khan ba to khre na so like there are ways of thinking anyways even the laksabada aina ngasagi like everyone talks about the idea of Manipur nupi gaidut ni haibadi sung ta da ima gaina tholaga koina pamjali ba Manipur di sini ko gana haibasi perhaps yamna rare na ju tholakpa so embedded within this idea of Manipur nupa gaidagi tholakpa jida even na weakness amu ubira in terms of womanhood nupi gaigi mafam am leibra lal hawda ju nupa na hawwa Panik barumdana coming operation la kan dan lot pa it has happened in Manipur but ultimately nupi gaisi puthokpi bansutowi but within this whole conceptualization of the idea of Manipur ibe mana ubi bada this womanhood se mafam ma ilai lai tabadong na tawbra layena khanbi bra haibira
actually our partner Tamikanda the North Indians let's say the general population of India they really viewed us as yamna liberal oiba yamna kahni yam feminist oiba society in urame moina khoise I think compared to other states of India I am khangde ko ta senki they haven't done any research on this if generally we speak I think Manipur hoy mayamdagi maybe we are more feminist but if we go deeper we are a deeply patriarchal society also I personally speaking as a married woman I have always have to throw a line. Do I become too independent? Do I toe the line of being less independent? It's a confusion for every woman in Manipur, I think. Haibidi yamna outspoken oiragasu amuk thina ngangbiba adigi chunga ngangragasu muhandana yengbiba aduga Manipur se Manipuri nupising Maitai nupising se yang wangna thangat le haraga papan na pothor matung ta khitang soibagi simu haklo nu hundabiba Kenoma individual of Tabam Torakasu, Nupasing a palm, Jaga Hey came to Kandabida ko. Habidi Moigi parameters or the way the standards they put us through, Aduki standard to Taragamuk, Amuka visually the Badam Kanbiba. So I think it's right that the women in Manipur we are very confused lot. Even if we're very educated, Akoi Sedum confusions at Dumlay, Akoi Kiam Gang Bayage, Akoi Kiam Tok Bayage, Akoi Kiam political or Biage, how much can we be independent? Because ultimately, I think we are still controlled by men. So it's not only about Manipur, but Manipur have this tendency to portray that we're very feminist, we're very liberal, we are not chauvinistic. But inside, if we look deeply, I think if you ask any women, they will not agree to this. They will say that we are still controlled by men. So we have to resolve this, and we have to decide how much we should be independent, that it is agreeable to everyone.
Kudamoina, Mauna Amamangri is the advertisement Yamna Tuina Uze, covered Mainupa Mangi, Vedi, Nahanupa Mangri, Ganamatuna Hapapadi, Udev. Quiggy Kukunai Zibuba, Mama Mangri, didn't Yawa, Putubo Yawe.
Nupiama Lele,
I don't know my Mangi, Vedi Hapta.
Photo Tagalagasu, they just assume that the chain characterless oire. But looking behind them, I say Kanamta Kanba or Ude Duga Yamna the personal or I'm very passionate about this, but the pizza was Nungai, but don't always especially. I don't know why it is, maybe because we are becoming more independent and maybe we are threatening men.
Okay, that's wonderful. Hoi, handaki metric tegi kari degi ibe mamayam na luina top torakpa, best of the doctors putorakpa, even in AI, so many. Coming to Chetan, aside Chetan na thambigi ba, perhaps the seemingly inequality in the Constitution of India, aduna jo koi idea of India is the challenge torakpa. Natragana dugi mamang degi, how degi dumaina lakibra. Natragana this contested or contesting ideas. I think as I town bagan naju thambiram bada Maitei Gyoiba idea of Manipur, which is so historical and seemingly natural and organic ama. Highly exclusivist oiba nagagi amasu idea among laksalakpa, idea ni thingai na rakpa, then cookie among thosalakpa, Ozaprio naju thambi bada rightly, cookie gaina they never fought against the Indian state or the Indian army as he was on the late Sudi and Togi Hibadune. On a sigi contestation namalai was the ideas are ideas, natra. But magi material aspect of my but the ultimately it ends up to land and territoriality do never. Yes, rightfully tamo baga jam kanna torame. Akoi nahanangam jadaway because of too many works. Eastern Quarterly to in a puthokcharame and they try to bring about a debate, discourse, providing a platform to the Manipuris and the Northeast people, yam puzana jo successful. Ado chetanam laksa bada ina thamjaningi badi. This contestation of Manipur, nagage idea ama lakhiba kuki gege ama jomi ganam yausalakpa, then my limitation no idoribra. Very challenge to idea of Manipur. The constitution no helibra. People ke aspiration no helibra. Briefly, have you?
Sigi matang nang sai de nang sai aina makhat mamangi question mamang dan makhata again tau jaram tau jimu kitang deeply explain tau bola sai constitutionally nang sai political entity ama nang sai India gi manung da changra kanda Manipur as one political entity amagi ideas anti colonial struggle duna lehen bataraga ju nang sai oja bagoi na highway ramba historicity and ethnicity dagi adugi value the khaktang da adugi lakhiba nagagi su kuki gi su or natraga maitai gi nationalist struggle myam ma tholakhiba sijina sije khaktana koina enough oiraktaba hojik ano noble laiba modernist concept of nationalism dang sai economic identity gi economic nationalism gi poche la kanda sigi taina bam ji da koina kamaina akoi gi idea of manipur ji sagala kadoi no haiba ji da ne anouba koi gi progressive oiba ideas mayama tholak kadoi ji tholak kani haiba gi thajaba amadi leije awna modernist concept adi akoi gi economic world gi globalization gi force mayam jina kanjanna lakba matamda akoina masibu hoi matam khara conservative force mayam leiraga kitang thinda lagasu sungsoi soidana tapna tapna dum yauraga daba pot amne adui taragadi akoina kamaina sigi forces sing je thekna doino akoi je ready oiraba as a idea of manipur as one political and territorial unit ama oina akoi je ready oirabra haibisimu akoi isani isada hangjaba yamna darkar lei sidaida akoi gi role of youth chi yamna chawwa role ama leina khanjei hauji ji akoina tauriba akoi using of this platform is also one of the steps haidare one of means amaneba for using the public sphere and putting our ideas also including our ideas and mechanisms to shape the future policies policy making the akoi ki intellectual singisu amadi state tawut thabak tawudi state adum tawgodromni state ki political political unit singjina adum tawjarakadamni taw adudaida akoina kamaina direction shaping tawdoino haibasisu youth ki yamna chawwa role ama leyena khanjei ado sidaida akoi ki economic nationalism jida akoi ki identity ju manghandaba akoi ki cultural sensitivity je akoi ki state china phajana lawbi taragadi loina na economic reforms mayam la kanda kogi leiriba youth sing jina thabak phangdabagi awaba unemployment gi problem mayam leiriba si sing je solve tawrak pataragadi ngasai gi hana separate ideas mayam ma imagi ethnicity da loina mak chana gi ethnocentric nationalism lakwaje anova modern nationalism ama kogi economic nationalism ama kogi example oina haira kanda kuki bu oiro or natraga naga bu oiro imphal as a hub of economic keno mo oitaragadi imphal je koina mana keno oina ubanga makane as a opportunity phangba mafam mo oina ubanga makane ba sigi as hojik ti adugi poto oidabani na koi delhi da chale kolkata da chale or natraga bangalore da chale maya metropolitan cities sing da loina ma haidona migration gi problem so mulai aduna sije tawdana ba haidare akogi manipur da su hojik la iba ozana su ngasai haibi ge phan gi problem leite mayam la kaduriba phan mayam si akoina kamaina sizinaraba matungda sizinada bida hangi ba su kongai ma yawrimne adu phajana sizinaraba matungda adugi la iba forces tu akoina kamaina akogi hana gi luxury ba leijaramba cultural gi values mayama traditional gi values mayama sigi akogi oriental culture eastern culture gi leijariba values mayam je kamaina preserve tawna economic keno je progress se kamaina leigadoino have je khana ba mathok changi sidaita model oina hauji india gi oina su incredible india campaign or na traga make in india campaign india gi hana gi leijariba magi values sing ju mangandana anova global forces sing to tackle tawna ba kan honoriba model amane sumain tawdana khoi gi manipur da ju hana gi leiriba culture sing amadi traditional culture da ngaujaba khoi ni na si ju preserve tawra matungda economic progress se phajana lehen taragadi akoina youth sing na sagachariba economic identity je purakpa ngamgani na thajai aduga sigi idea of manipur semakpa matamda ngasai akoina hoji tongan na tari naga oiro kuki oiro maitai oiro tongan na tari bisi akoina one political unit territorial unit amagi makhada culture manabadi mayam leramba yai bangladesh ka kenoga west bengal ga ju adum culture di manai tawu koigi leiriba political and territorial boundary khai gi banina madugi bangladesh su masagi political unit political identity ama set up to bangam je koigi manipur gi di masa gi ethnocentric centralism da ngasai nationalism da chatkiba podam ni na adum hana gi primordial concept of nationalism da adum adugi makha chathara pangam da bida sum stuck toroga leibe koina thadu okanda modernist concept of nationalism da punna changjan minarak pa ta taragadi as a political unit ama oina or territory do kaida vida as a political unit ama oina sakat minaba as an akoigi Benedict Anderson na so hairamba imagine political unit and imagine political community ama unimaginable oiba pot akoina imagine tawhan bangam bagi forces mayam economic forces mayam do global forces mayam do koina phajana tackle tor kanda di adugi unit ama sagat bangam gani haibagi achowa thajaba amadi lein thamjai
constitution na ju
akoi adugi oi lakiba constitutional ngasagi political unit nama oigra matunda India gi koi gi political structure ide sangu matunda di constitutional framework ki manung da loina ma lakramni na koi gi adum ST bu oiro or natraga ngasai ju sanagiba SC ngasai categorization mayam ma lakra matunda di akoi je dum khena bu oina dum loina uhalakpa तौदबु ngसाइगी अखोइगी हानादगी लेजरइबा मणिपुरगी हानादगी सागोनना लेजरइबा कल्चर्स अदगी पुन्ना ब्रदरहुड की फ्रेटर्निटी की लेनरिबा मरीजिंगदो अनौब पॉलिटिकल कैटेगराइजेशन न लोइना म थापतो न हलपगी ममी अमसु तारी अदुगा फंगिबा अखोइगी इंडिया जिदि पॉपुलेशन गेम दा रोगा कई काना दोइनो हाइबगी क्वेश्चन अमदि यामना चावना लेरी चा माना नंग अखोइगी कुकी नसु और नत्रगा Nagana su Manipur ki legislative assembly da moi ki sit masing yam daga dinga sai political keno do control moi ki influence to amta le rakta tar ga di akhoi ki sit to phangdre hai ba
but these are population the base to portina even if we desire so much Manipur then Arunachal then Meghalaya daga pire we are exceptions never ya adu the lepa je ko aina hangjana gi ba pochina ngasai gi da thoning gi ba pot na taga na uzari ba pochida perhaps the Indian constitution has given a very special provision to the hill communities in Manipur adu dagi tholak pra hangjabani questions leibra du manomali amagumba India gi constitution is there any provision that somehow challenges the very idea of Manipur?
Okay, Jana, I think refer to the 371C. Adugumba. Say, public forum, public discourse, especially last 11 months, criticism like Masina Pirambana. There is a mentally, physically, mentally hill valley divide chill lakre aduga Masina particularly Maitei have a largely dominated valley the lady of Manipur ki dominant communities that affected yamna oi masi address to matautai have a kenomale. But if
question Z aduna laksaningi bati if there is the case, even if we are so responsible, like Meitei or valley based Meitei Pangal Harzeba, there is we are so tolerant. Akhoi je loina tinaning go chu yaba isni naw ne ju dum haiba zu ngamba symbolic oiba gestures kara pi bataraba ju if that constraint ama constitutionally adum leiba taraba di akhoi gi idea of Manipur sida dum so ga leigadra natraga na do we take it just as a administrative mechanism amanina aduna leijaraba ju kaisu kaide be the geographic minority for the ages minor dum akhoi di nungai thoga leidoriba
hoi
big hearted oiraga
hoi ai makha ta jage ngasai gi to just mayam gi kaino do aina just throw out to but what I think is constitutionally provisions sida criticism amala iba particularly masigi sidi koi irang je thola akana maroin ST demand gumba lakpa sida akoi gi fangoi habagi apprehension na manata ithu thuna ngasai gi kernel na so kitang atugi apprehension do thuna phangbagi tawna gan apprehension lakpa sida ngasai constitutional protection in the form of ST lakpa sida maduda ngasai gi yam particular over point sida chingthorak pagi wane bo constitutional provision si Masi 371C se logtho e natraga SDP re natraga ani makse phange na khalaga so the larger question is Manipur dang like khoi community masen gi marakta akhoi gi their mistrust ama leite habadi yaroi masi phumjalaga loina leina banga tani handak 10-11 months loi puthore sai gi the question of open chauvinism the question of open demand haibagi exclusivity ki pot me khejila hajing nandai phumjanna banga tani adugi pot to 371C se lokthokre na khalo natraga address tawre khalo natraga STP re khalo the larger question is sigi mistrust si leiroidra ngasai aina haijabado harmony of diversity natraga Manipur se peaceful coexistence oina state ki integrity se That is the primary madugi priority ni interest ta state ki integrity je Manipur kairoi habase masi guarantee piba ngamgadra habadu neba koina question se. The idea of India si ki quite ki core oibase Manipur ki integrity is neba. Akoina demand to womatamda. This is again a constructive criticism. Like strategic akoina kanota womatamda. For example, say I've come from American studies. President Biden gina traga President Trump ki magi office ta game theorist malay. Russia da ina nuclear bomb ji thada bataraga the percentage kaya is successful oigani 84%. Adu priority kari no hai. They have strategies. Priority 1, priority 2, plan A, plan B, plan C. Now we all want everything. A su pami, B su pami, and important ji kaina simultaneously we pami. But again, practically as a strategist, amo ina koina yang ko matam dadi demand hai basi aspiration ni. Ay pain da badagi tholak pani, insecurity dagi tholak pani. But demand se da quite ki prior oiba. Akoi kari Manipur kai ba pamra. Natragana akoi gi hong ba chau ba constitutional protection ji pamra. Pam badi loi pam. But pam basi karam bana hena important oi hai bagi priority ji ma koina. Idea of Manipur is the core identities in Manipur ki integrity ngak pasine Manipur ki integrity se at any cost kayan daba leiram yu poche aduga leiriba kanglup irang khanakriba kangpu party su makoi su wari sanaga reconciliation ama tawraga masigi se perpetual peace ama Manipur da leiraga perpetual peace la kanda koi Manipur ki chakhatpa unemployment ki all kind of governance issues makai se address tawrakanda tawudu neba akoi ki step by step se aduda akoina priorities a core akoigi idea of Manipur sida sigi poche aduna hojiki la iba ngasai gi constitution provision the masi piram me haidana akoigi idea of Manipur the kaibra haragadi objectively if the answer is to be answered in objectively yes or no because nang kai di akoina sigi poche openly manung ngang naramadi khangde openly hairak traga handak kisida haiba sidi just is akoigi bouncing back ne akoigi kaino thamoi kaira kanda akoigi kaigu mama tong na ba damak ta kagi
is ngasai sigi hill area committee layer pa candida whatever laws ekama sem na bator pa candida if it involves money ngasai it has to get the clearance from the hill area committee the Guinea ko then hill area committee jemu kanai makhada lai haidu president ji makhada lai directory bani so for example ILPS ki matam dasu inner line permit to go matam dasu like there was a deadly oiba ama because and every attempt to bring about a land reform ama hilda program of honaba kan dasu sigi provisions in a constraint ama oiraga dum thingba dum na tawriba so my question is ideas are beautiful but materiality the lakba kan ultimately what is the state one of the most elements there is the territory which we call land and in which are the people and the resources. Aduna Metei na natraga tampaki metei panghanata any communities na chini now ni lemina je nuksiye Manipur kahalo je haiba tarabazu what do they get? Kadi kana from do moidadi. Already they have large areas of land which pawada change amaju poropangam dribanina. So is there a contradiction between the idea that even we aspire so much constraint amadum adugi materiality do na PB1 neba ibe madam laksara bada ngasagi sigi leiba sort of ngasagi traumatized or hyper kandida I believe this is also one of the causes and failure of many of the narrow singers soiramba male for example cookies gegi marakta inequality si address tawraga historical injustice amalai nakhoi citizenship the haiba kandide it is one of the failures of our naharols and the hygienic atema hydras those who believe in revolution not liberation ade be mada laksani ge akoi traumatized hoiraga de dum lakhi baneba aduna sigi leiriba idea of Manipur je akoi matam su lechalaktrabani na ai ibe mada itoraga round ta laksa gam story khara ina kakhi bajina upai thobigano ahangi mausa sang angi baini natra did not give much time to the youth nevertheless ibe mana uzaningi ba phajayana khanjari ba idea of Manipur je kari hoitoi or the concept sidi refined tawrabani idea the concrete koirabani is a concrete shape amasu laura abaneba and there's concept you always materialize tawgalidana but idea do ina idea of Manipur de be mana uzawada kamaina oigani ana khalle
firstly I khanbada khoi isagi Manipuri moibagi Maitai moibagi inherent goodness se khoi accept to like we don't try to be someone else habidi hauji Maitai kuki khana matamda huji phoi cookie militant guys I panmagam de because I had so many friends and I still have them hujik I Facebook ta cookie halaga harau busu pangam de harau de ko anyone see dai Manipur na mang mane na khalle so my idea of Manipur is still a place which is diverse and still united ho yamna romantic of the idea niko but like doctor said it's a strategy diversity se koi muthat padi yado banatre ko we can't just decide ki Manipuris or Maitais are going to be the only residents. So we have to embrace strong way ki haita di. Hoi say one way bhakti oi be arwe mutual oi tabani, but amar na tawraktre haidena akhoi ju tawdraga di there will never be a middle ground. Akhoi khatna raga khoi masen kam koi bhu yani ko. Kam koi bhu yani ka sai o ja hoi na sai bi ram ultimately there has to be a dialogue. Adun yam nationalist oi raga akhoi na shi hat le akhoi na du tawre ha ga panung nunga halaga khoi si nungi wa se khoi udreba akhoi sigi war sigma mangdagi akhoi unemployment corruption Manipur se I think it's the saddest state in India if you really look at akhoi pokam phaba mini we are very hard working we are very kind but akhoi aphaba se loi sijin na kreba akhoi against us because we don't speak up or are we allowed to speak up sisu sumiko habidi yam ngasai haina gibudo intelligence since the but are they given a platform are they free are we free to speak are we free to protest habidi shimams yaw already ko kamai to ne ko lan dang ure but I think our struggle started long back it's not just a conflict we were struggling among ourselves habidi thabak phangdabagi dagi thabak phangde haraga su thabak phangba mi sina koina yam respect tawraga ko yam wan hona jaba masagi business tawba masagi entrepreneur oile oibe sing sinam handana khanbiba ko lohu makta da haiga nang nupa da kai thabak tawri government job tawdraga nas hopeless ke tap khanaba so we have to address these values and I see Manipur in my mind as a very liberal open and progressive yam emotional oida bi the practically progressive healthcare phangba women's right address tawba violence handaba education da focus tawba ko emotions are not going to lead us anywhere so I think that's my idea of Manipur
Chetan dasu masai chetan na mamang da jam phajiba thambi rami adu the idea of Manipur si the youth ki role jam important hoya na adu loisal ko oina haibiu ne amuka hana your idea of Manipur
si idea of Manipur khoi na khanjara ko ai gi miyeng da khoi gi youth sing ji gi amna chawba maruina khoi gi research to biriba chino adu academics to lebiriba khoi gi youth sing jina khoi gi political dialogue se phajana tawminaba machange haidi hana dagi ju ojana su adum mamang da su panbikre hoi hujilai riba situation Manipur je conflict na pick thalaga la amina dialogue tawra peaceful dialogue tawra lotion gi ba conflict me ama adu hoji la iba khoi gi youth sing gi marak ta ju serious debates political debates discussions aduga maru aina free speech ju yamna dakar lei free speech yawdraga di kari asomdagi political affiliation मैम लेना मैम दगी अथिंग में थमक पकोलक पा even अकोई ने student दिल्ली दल ले पकांदा student activist होइना थबक तौजरक पकांदा any अतोपा community की पुन जे हाई वजे हेक्ता fail होइबा हेक्ता ngam materialize तो ngam दवा सिकी problem जी यामना चावना मायुक नरी अदु खंडा मिनरगा लेबिनरी बा मणिपुर लेबिनरी बा अकोई community khuding as a one political unit amoina as in one imagine political community amoina political dialogue tawminawa academic discussions and debates tawminawa sijina aphaba discussion tawra matungda kamaina khoi policy making the shape torakani aduga state ta kamaina help torakani state na governance tawbu oiro or na take any legislation any rules guidelines mayama sema pu matamda khoi youth kiju chawba thawdang ama lei sigi governance models in jita pirak kiwa akoi gi discussion mayam du gi pirak iba input mayam du na akoi gi policy making ni shape torok kadoi ni aduna haji akoi gi lai riba youth sing daina appeal tawjaning badi koi punna phamina ji discussion tawmina ji community punna mak loina mak debates tawmina ji mana apam basing do khanara matung da oithokpa yaba amicable oiba solution mayama hekta yadragana aidi sidagi hena akoi khongpam hanba ngamoi haibagi situation do create tawdabida mana aina khongpam ama halagadi aisu khongpam ama hange haibagi community anigi trust leina bodo adu do leiminara matungda peaceful oiba yamna peaceful coexistence punna leiminaba progressive oiba society ama oigani haina khanje
Farista Aroiboina, how much ever we have an idea of India or an idea of Manipur, aina kanjabaniko, it ends with the constitution of India. Funnily enough, and the base of the ideals are the Indian constitution, to be a republic, people the power to be secular, not only separation between the state and the religion, but also about religious tolerance and the fundamental rights it has assured us. Although we talk about beautiful ideas of Manipur or India, ultimately it ends with the Indian constitution. Please comment.
Akoina civil service tharakpada very active civil service aspirant but was a aspirant civil service so oijarame akoina satra sing akoi goja sing na haire so many issues that they ask in the exams about women entry in the temple adu kitang MA level da ko gyan ta di yam sentimental oina chatle poche chaning ta di aduda mana haire whenever you want to answer sugumba social gumba kitang political gumba issues constitution Indian constitution sigi mayai da lepo masina pivot oirakanda yengo aduni nangi society ki nangi religion ki for example uniform civil code adagi triple talaq ki case yam sensitive oiba issue ne constitution da lepaga as an Indian citizen namo ina uba isa as ai muslim ni natraga hindu ni christian ni udabida then you try to see then you have a holistic perspective mother tholapa idea do iyo that you will get maximum mark chum that has been my exam ki preparation ki for mains ki way and I was successful also lebak sida hoy issues me am to sometimes as a citizen of India it breaks my heart also and it hurts also but every time constitution 26 November sida mayam na thagalakpa Indian constitution ki preamble say we the people of India solemnly resolve to constitute India into a secular socialist haiba siki liberty justice se tawkan mittagi pi tayo aduga akoida discrimination gi pot ama delhi da lak pakanda akoigi inau nona maruina akoigi nupi sing dana mok swe hena moidi if teasing gi pot am su lai masigi pot ja mok akoi aingon da su experience tok da badi natte mittagi pi tai but even if I was hurt constitution uba matam da yes this is the reality that you are an Indian passport holder an Indian citizen so you're part and parcel or fully you are an Indian and I'm proud to be part of this country. Sigi poche ko Indian constitution. So there is no denying fact that it kind of the isagi nung dalaiba emotion loyalty towards this political Indian state have say masil lehelli. And I'm not speaking about myself from my experience. Ani subada the idea of Manipur sida. Sumane lady sida aina akoigi harau kumai gumba madu yausang oisunu natraga maroina Delhi da oina laiba matamda ubasida akoida ta akoigi tu chungba mapoe imalai baksu asokki matik nungsiba hadi mapan lai gare diaspora ora kadoini even within the country sida lakpa matamda aigi loan jisu achauba identity marker mani for example when I was posted in Chandel aigi DC do ga wari sanaba matam it's always in English or Hindi ani makta dum kitang fluent oibani na hana ado mate lon da koi wa ngang na ngam da gi potse masi aina akoigi valley district ta aina posting tar kanda I spoke aigi loan da ado yam tin emotional oil and it gives kind of haidi amuk hena aigi imalai bak sin nungsiba aduna masigi potse madi leire and moving beyond idea of Manipur da aroiba da aina haining badi kaino haba kana Confucius na akoigi kaino Chinese kaino sina mana ma hairammi he gets along with others have the maga manadaba atopa community ga he gets along with others not because he agrees with them but because he respects them masigi se makoigi ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯆꯥꯏꯅꯥꯁꯤ ꯃꯨꯟꯅ ꯆꯥꯏꯅꯤꯁ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯗꯤꯁꯇ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯆꯥꯎꯔꯥꯛꯅ ꯋꯤꯀꯤꯄꯤꯗꯤꯌꯥꯗ ꯀꯩꯗꯤ ꯌꯦꯡꯕꯩ ꯋꯥꯅꯤ ꯆꯥꯏꯅꯥ ꯏꯁ ꯑꯣꯜꯁꯣ in the process of nation building aduga mokhoigi harmony of diversity je madu fail oi bi ai pambe ai pamda bi ai it's a huge success aduna country do mana phajan bangam jagati ko Chinese economy is 17 trillion kamaino oini and how can China removes its uplift its millions of poverty and that is a great achievement we must also respect that we must also inspire that they have done something good in that aspect aduna idea of Manipur sidasu aina pamjari se ai tetakna haiba matamda peaceful oiba adagi prosperous oiba ai spiritual oihaningi not religious spiritual religious adum oina ba ngatani but we lack spirituality spirituality ji la ko morality habase ngasai gi uza ani na panbi khriba mi ma ka hatpa matamda aina ana ko gi tawba what kind of that kind of culture madu akoi denounce tawba ma darka lai aduna spirituality su akoi kano it's a Manipur with a spiritual which is intellectually rich and we have its rich in diversity also spiritual and materialistically have the economically developed per capita wankhalakpa employment issues may solved over and finally Manipur which is perpetually stable perpetually peaceful over because without peace the career natraga akhoi state che sung chau chau ko loi peace leitriba makai shanti leitriba makai economic development su la oi have je masiki I achet patha je and with this I want to end
Thank you very much mayam da tumina tabi bagi thank you very much to the audience and listeners matam budi amna leitre haibiri wangang loida question hangda baje is like an insult wangang iba mida question hangda baje akoi ojai bani na khangjai angang da satra da takse bagi dim natabida ngang uradi kitang aingo not to me ngasi yam phajana wafam thambi gi bai bema aduga ibungo ani da question amam khatang I would like to pick up only 3 questions amam de address to biraga question hangbidradi ayu oina nuaijaroi haibaji ma thamjara I invite the questions from the floor
check Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Palin of CJ Hospital. Lauk Fatana, I sing around Kata, Delhi, the Halapani, Anil, Hobism, invitation, see, digitally, Kapakman, Himango, the Tara Piramena. Ado, Aina, Assisi, no, my jingo, Nina, Madam, I spent or again, Laxam, Nedo, Aina Kalamba Degi Hena, Yamna Hena, in one informative way. Ngasigi deliberate to bishiba punamak the resource person punuk hana tagasari we learn a lot aduga aina hajening badi nobody wins in the war fortunately we come to know after the war akoi kam mang ra kam damage to kam destroy to orge se loira kan khangba adu but this particular event has given the opportunity to discuss in this forum. I go in the canary issue, seen the trigger to me and I can say. Aduga, akoi atopamana. If you dissect a problem, you will find the solution. Because problems and solutions are not separate. Ngasi mag akoi na canary ba history dagi horaga. Tongan ba magi jajat mayam sigi horak pham in adagi magi value system tongan mayam khanare aduga loina na koi concept of Manipur su to some extent akoi aina ayu khanda faujabada we have studied from 2000 years back to till today yam phajana khanare yam phajana thorowaira aduga ngasi live thari sisu amna Aduga to some extent, concept of Manipur si individually karkazupina. Tasing badi Manipur si amna mapam java. Ado, if you want to predict the future, create it hinerini. Ado, visualize the wasida. Manipur gi lai location atagi madigi strength mayam si koi strength hunter wena sanction patar gi ngasagi weakness mayam si weakness 1000 lai tar ga di opportunity or strength 1000 lai doini som da sanction laga ina mayam da hangni si akoina hojik sahi taragi matungda kungi matungda kuntrai ni pungda matungda akoina oheningi ba Manipur sa masi document to biagadra if it is written down with all the intellectuals and the other participants akoina politically economically ngasai spiritual haibigi do ai yamna impressed of jai adoga ibe manasu ngasai akoigi fear hauji thoiba thodok punamak se manifesto is anger si manifesto si it is the manifestation of inferiority or insecurity punamaki zat khudimaki haitare adugi feeling ni adugi feeling si insecurity and fear si lehendra batar gadi loina su pun bayani aduga dialogue amaga mo wari sabasi masigi table la pasi am number way adu pullaga inclusive oina like 10 years down the line 20 years down the line or 50 years down the line adugi posi document oraga punamaku khangan bam jangi because consciousness creates reality akoigi consciousness si loina maksi jam where we are conscious of something destructive we should be conscious of our construction gi da akoi conscious about the future da koi si uhening have si nukti gi uhan bam jangi that is called the vision akoi vision of Manipur and mission of Manipur values of Manipur must create to biragadi yamena akoi kodongsan kanjai sigi posini thank you
waro bi yadre organizer gai na sum gari sum usalak bai ne they are very bad pagi tau jabani atopa question amatang ani khatanga hangbiu ba yes please microphone lobiro dagi aduga kanana khumbiga da bazu habiyo comment sang na pibira no because we have heard two professor who spoke for around 2 hours
yam sang question yam sang hangjaroi question je ngasi moderator oriba sir da dum direct lage sir
no the yade no you can't ask me you have to ask them
okay no,
it's not done horen aingon da di horen moi da hangada ba because they spoke the most part it's their day today not my day
okay sir question je sumai tawni sir ngasai first session da ju khoi logi ba kan da maitai da yamba blame to gi bai tare in solar the hegemonic and sakhi bai tare aduga hojik su adum ai wakhanda khoi blame to buzina khakta khoi solution oide ne khaleba blame to bai muhutta khoi je ke hani kar positive attitude to chatlaga anda akhoi gi way forward se maitai gi solution je kai no na ai khangjening bai tare kai non asi natragadi khoi no sum blame to buzina jinga sai doctor akhoi gi psychiatrist sama jo habi gi ba कोब मेकानिज्म ओइना सखि भाई तारे हिल दि तौगि देना खन भाई तारे अदुना अखोइगी मैतै गी सोल्यूशन जे कई ओइदोइनो रे हंगजिनिंग बा ai सादा हंगिंग बरे कई न गादा anyone can answer any of the panelists can answer this
psychiatrist, so I don't have solutions to a political answer. I should not be giving. I have the opinion, I don't think I should be offering as a solution. But I from conservative side is Maitei blame to did not the rank because we are Maitais. We were just trying to find out our own accountability. I did the Maitei Loila lady can hide the rank even in the first session, even now we were just trying to find out loopholes. Have the Aquina atopati pamaga the pinpoint of Budia we are Maitais, so we were trying to find our loopholes, I think, and it was not blame, we were trying to find where we went wrong. Although I don't know about the solution. Kamine solution porkani have say akoi micham nadi paminaga decide to the Brian Kale. The honors is mostly in the administrators. I think we are pawns. We have responsibility as a citizen to maintain law, to follow law, to not be have the it's up to the administrator. We can maybe bring up to them what are their loopholes, but then again in this environment, but I don't think it is we that should be offering solution.
you. Any other question, please? No, cross to Bira. No, no, thank you. No, 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 no crossing. I'm the Horen Chaksabada Sanaris. Atopa question hang Bira. Thank you very much. So many questioners.
Madam Hanang, tatong sige. SARS, sang na hang jararoy. Panelis homda kitang naha chetan na hai ki bawai sida solution si laktong man ba forum ka yawe. Ado direct ata hang jarage hai bedi ki ba ko su ki dna ngang dre ne ngang di ngangan ba mi ne ko so. Ado solution se atai panelis sing na de gi ngai o jawe ne kanaram ba mayam du su lan ba dim tale te loi chumdi sumba. Ada ojik solution si logi student oi bani na chetan na kumbiro some change in legislation and policy. Aduna to masi solve to be yane na idikalle. To don't luba podoite. Legislation si the current change to toba the legislation karala ko. Policy current change to roga. Sigi di ira line solution to be yane na dum ui. At toy be iran di manipulation. The moina ton yen ton baneva.
Ozagi
Si matang si
Ozagi Ming.
I Dr. SM Sanasam, guest faculty, Art Sciences Department.
Thank you.
Thank you, Azayam Noise. Aigi miyeng da so dum haidi every hoi theoretical underpinnings to ignore the wadi ade tabu maru di practical and solutions to never koina palm is it. The practical solution the lakta agadi policy making and legislations and legal solutions may am do ne koina timina ba dakar lays. Aruna Saigi governance to umatam dazu meta governance na tongana koigi separate administration and moina talib this na tabida go decided koigi meta governance centrality of the state and quite the state na quite the hena maru magi law and governance to umatam state yaudana koina any entity atopa matana governance to ngam de ngasaigi masigi mamang hangi ba question duga kitang mari leina la kanda Maitaina koina blame to wagi wadi natabida honest to koida lay say majority community ama oirubudugi laibanena inadi uzayeba duna majority community oirakanda akoida role yamna chawi state the role yamna chawa adugumna adugi similarity oina koida maitaida jo koina hana khongthang je akoina hana lokhatpa ma change si je oirakanda akoina thajabadu piro matungda dinga atop communities in you, Sui Sweden, Kogi, Tamoy Shengna, Tang Bakong, the Udagari, so in the Yakani Amazon in Arkanin Zukale, Hauzila River Solutions, Huziki, along the lines of meta governance, the Pazana state na, separate administration, Pidragazu, to some extent, some decentralization, power decentralization, Katauragadi, Sui Sweden, Koi Kenosing, Atopa communities in you. Singju one political unit ama oina koina sagat mina na bagi asama tokjari je masida soina janga kanina thajabale
thank you Chetan atopa hang bigata balai birati
I question city respected speaker humda dum thamjege
madam Ming
I Dr. Thani Lema I the theatre director ne I research center magi director private institution magi ne ngasigi discussion yawo phangje base yam nungai de yamna aingonda yamna asa makak pibado asa makak yamna phangi haina I thamjage mayamgi mafumda tasengna akhoi oja akhoi sir bhagat na su thambiram bodo 2001 dagi adum si conflict si lak paduna adum crisis si lak padona torga huju phawba madugi awaba khara akhoi da mayuk ne habise mase aingonda so agi experience ni ai si mapanda like tamurakan 2001 da manipur da halaki bani mapanda khar kuina leurakan adagi dum crisis lak pasna da isa se ngawra kans da play ga idana khotna tawdana adagi nagagi karigi myama issue myama la kan sida aina thamjadoise idea of manipur sidani ko aina hope khara ngasigi discussion sidagi ai hope ama ujabagi ngon yam nungajaba phaujaba dune aduga ai question ju tawjagi 2009 sida ai si am heart si yang kai ri ba si nagagi issue du da akoi gi kisan na ama ukul de lei gi da bodo heart ki bodo masidi da akoi na nagana khoi je yamna heta thamoi je moine heta khoi je maitei khoi je hatun nge bajala ne kari oina khalli bano kai na ngon yamna phau ba dumaina amai to with the aina I say khoi gi kaino se group si pura kanda aina ukul da walk to ge 45 days walk to ge jangal leba I say moi yang kan NSNM gi kallinge matam sida moi public common people si kari wa khan baja noina adu kan da aina I see ki diki I moina naga gi mayam na I bo hat khidra ga na tawra kan sa moi mai walk to mina doino tawra kan da aina matam du da akoi gi hujina honorable akoi gi right seva MP oi biriba akoi gi ining thau lesem sana jaw basi masi kaino oina pubiu na CBS oi biu ai gi function si gi inauguration si ai tungog da tawge na admai tawra chatla kan sida mokoi na akoi gi ning thau se tungo da zalakan sida makoigi public mayam dana kundugi ning thona I want to appreciate the wiki ba adi ning thau de appreciate the wiki ba matam kaya kuina koigi kunsida Manipur gi ning thau lakani haraga laki da bado madam nang nan Manipur gi ning thau se puraga la ene haina makoina akoigi sigi ning thau gi mitra manga set pese moina loina mak shap to bigiba mapam da lehan giba ada angon da yamna harauna 45 days leba matam da moina cooperation pb giba aina su makoigi damak ta haina aina thabak to je giba makoigi
wari budi amna
nate aina hangde ningina
because chak yaw bani na
aina haijeningi point di idea Manipur sha common people sing sidadi hauji kuki da su Kuki common people sing sida di makoi da di akoi da ladiba emotional feeling akoi da moiga akoi ga lainariba emotional oi bagi integration ja akoi laina I feel tau jeba naga ga su matam da yam kan girba matam du da moina akoi da lermi ba yamna ka hani thamoi da nungsi ba phawbudo adugi posi laiba aduna ngasi gi discussion sida positively aina phangjeri se kaino ha kanda moiga akoi ga gi understanding common dialogue ama tawra kanda koi peace por pa yai ha besigi mayam same opinion sini ba pibi dite aina hang mayam speaker om da aina thamjaningi sina kamain tawdana politically akoi political division ama adi political thinking political platform da di maintain mesen phau da koi hatong na be phibam da leire ba tawri se aduna aikoina moiga khoge gi marakta leiriba community mayam sigi marakta emotional integration nama porok paya bagi approach masi kamain tawraga tawba yagadege adagi hum tuna suggestion aikoiga moiga emotional integration se kamain lambi si kamain yat yagadege madigi oiba suggestion do sir
akoi kana oza kana Dr. Ashrima da ai pizare khumbiro
thank you
Thank
you. China highway bado yamna ukhul chakpagi experience so yam ta badam nungai jai ko akoina yamna budi ta bado jikan se taning draba ko positivity nu shi bagai je ado kamaina por kani hai am complex question ni but as individuals me amamam na positive oiraga di ko haibidi yam kanna khane matam do yam simple way da in han hamuk yam kanna khane I saw only one Instagram post am uki ko I think it was only one madu the unity mam da ngange ada in khale sida kana comment madu the cookie me ama comment pirame ko they were commenting positive that I miss Imphal I miss that place even when their houses were burned down I mai thagat basunati sa sida basunati kemnati ko kuin uzabato mai te me ama also comment pirame that they miss their friends anga nga amoy youngsters oi ko school going gumba college going gumba ko aduna sum angang sing su conversation to busida hate si kya leti moi de ai na sum yeng bada they don't like the situation obviously and they ko adubu moi thaine ge khoi ge value sing do no shina bagi unity gi moi de khaga lai brain khale akoi na sum ai na sum observe to buta ko aduna moi kamai emotional connect por kane have say strategically speaking sumaina khoi tori se maybe this is also one positive step habidi jaga khudimak to jikan se lan se sagat laga maitai tawraga thaganna budong toy ko again sida koina maitai blame toy num khan kini ko to bunati ko But senior solutions ni purak to man da bhai tare. Aishu maitai ni ko I have very much maitai pride. Adu bu sina kadai to no ko yog duise. Aduna I think if individually everyone realizes that this is not going to lead us anywhere, we have to be more positive, we have to be more inclusive. Adu the change la ka drawing khalle. Aina khan bana ma'am, but it's opinion. I it's simple talk.
Thank you, Shrima. Thank you, Shrima. Atopa question lay biragadi ozana loihal zira. Loihal adudi loihal lakpada mayam da amhan na koina lephat laga kurumzari, and especially to the Intellectual Forum Manipur. Sugumba tanjama pibiraga not only the seniors but also to the emerging scholars of Manipur. Aina khanjabadadi ani ki character lejarabani na we still have an hope. Ahana phabazi am puthopi kare na ha phabazi am na thoklei. At the same time, hujikti langi matamni na people are all emotional, highly charged soinare, but we just hope that sumaina chilli bas sumaina if other communities also take up the endeavor cup. It will be very, very good for our future. Hajaraga, Tabiriba Mayambu, Amuhanda speaker, Hongi Kubak Hova Makubiraga. Let us wind up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farijuddin, Dr. Sima Haubizam, Chetan Yen Sembam, Dr. Homen Thangzam for such a wonderful conversation. And now, we have came to an end of second session of today's program. And the second session conversation was a wonderful conversation ended, and very much informative. And thank you very much to all the speakers for sharing and giving different ideas from different perspectives. Thank you very much once again to all the speakers. And lastly, I would like to call upon Dr. T.H. Binarani Devi, Principal, Ideal Girls College, to give concluding remarks. Ma'am, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ngasigi yamna nungairaba, yamna important oiba session ani bithanna tinbiriba hall gi lighting oibiriba mayam. Aduga program asibu sinbiriba akoi tamo Ellen Singh, chief organizer, Manipur Intellectual Forum something. Aduga koigi Manipur Thinkers Forum. Atop inviting resource person, aduga program anchor oikiba, Homen, and another one, Chetan. Also, migi maming se loi isalome, aduna amata khandra babaton. So it's okay. First of all, I ngasi session se concluding remark oina sar asinina I bibina bahai bazida I am chatina sigi sugumba crowd da I participate to bapangja bache sigi platform se. I'm really thankful to Sir Asini. Aduga ahanu maktada Oja Priyoranjan, aduga Oja Bhagat, makogi platform da I share to bangam jabase I am chautok se. Loinana Sir Register, she's a hospital gi chief manager, something like that. Aduga topa kaino sing delegate and friends. Ngasigi ahanba session sidagi haurakan da loirakpa phawbada laigriba khoigi conceptualization and reconceptualization of Manipur. Ahanba the topic itself was very appropriate of me. But while with the opening of the session, with the first word of Sir Bhagat, existentialism, that was very much interesting, sir. adwaidudagi haurakanda akoigi what is Manipur haiba, what is the concept of Manipur haiba se sargi theory of existentialism du bhab tarakanda neba what is Manipur se, what is the concept of Manipur se koin khangdoi se. So thank you sir, thank you very much. Aduga ihen hobadagina loiba hobada sargi pung anigi session do sarbagatna yamna linkage amada thambi gibado. That is very important work that you have done, sir. Aduna akoina yamna ahanbadadi akoina concept of Manipur hairakanduda akoina mi aduga khatnare adugi culture adugi community sumaina nga sagalakadaboy ningamba adu sana yam phajaba mawong amada koigi Maitai nationalism ga Naga nationalism ga anigi khetnaba pot se Naga nationalism jina 20th century dagi lakpani ka yam proudly hairakpaduda we are very much of what to say, thankful to you, sir, from on behalf of the organizer and from the side of from my own side. I am very thankful to you, sir. Aduga Maitai nationalism, the so to say time immemorial ka haibadu neba sir ki concept tambira mise. So I am very thankful to you. Aduga Maitai sina loyum bat silendagi haura kanda sagalai ba potsi akoina ngasagi koigi kari haitare sir na haibigi bagi ngasagi Maitai ki contribution in the history of Manipur se loyum basilen tai badu akoina history do yam kupna naina base ngasi pinching ama piri ba koida as a listener loyu what is loyum basilen se chaitharon kumba baga se dum panghai da haina ba but ngasi sargi kaino tu dagi interaction tu dagi koina khangdoi si loyum basilen se sukimatic important oire haiba jene ba sar na hints to birami se adu oire gadi aina haizening doi se ngasai gi Maitai na sagalami ba wakhalon jina sar concept tu gi matung ina nationalism se conglomeration of different communities different tribes different groups of people tu gi communal diversity do nataba communal unification amakakta sagalakanda what is Manipur haibadu neba sar na tambirame. Am I right, sir? Yeah, sir. Aduna adugi idea adu da laira kandu da neba ngasigi Manipur sina kairoi to sir. Aduna akoina ngasagi ay Maitai ni ay tribal ni so to say ngasagi ST haibadi yaroi hairabanina aina adugi community ni haibagi pot to natabida akoina Manipur as a nation, Maitai nationalism, Manipuri nationalism, is why he neba Sarbagat and the Serpiorans and the Tambiram is development of nationalism, that Serpiorans and Nahabira development of Manipur, Haiba says the materialistic development, Yaudana Yaro Haibo. That was reacted by some Shanti Kumar also like that. The materialism, Zilak, number one, but the Akoida Kanana twist Taurakanda. Kanana divert taurakan the materialistic development to purakadage. I would say this is an area to be discussed and this is an area for good research work for the young generation or young research scholars. I want to propose you to work in this area very hardly. Aduna akoina yam sing na hairakan the democratic concept of Manipur se akoina mamangai da akoina khangnarami na Manipur se before 1947 the monarchical system of government lairame. This is the history. Adu sir Priyoranjan na hairakpadu the loose federalism. Federal structure se ningthausina monarch oina leijabagi wani dan but magi tongan ba phambai or phamdau mayam amada koina sinarakanda akoina pot sing se magi duty du khaido akanda federal structure se akoina Ariba Manipur ki history the democratic rights of the people say entertain to rame hai baje sa Priyoranjan thamamba si dagi ngasi akoina amuke na study tawdoi se what type of monarchical system was there in Manipur adore gadi loose federalism or monarchical system of government in Manipur anisigi langdai sine ba koino jig research tor padarkar oirakadoi se adu oirakandu dadi we have granted their right Makoi ki right so koi pida ba nate ba akoi ngasai gi ama yam nungai ba dialogue ama khakta koi gi masak thiraga hau male masak phajaraga Maitai male ka haiba adugi concept tu budi adum lai ba sidi migi conversation ne ba wari ne ba but from time immemorial we have granted the rights Sineba Sir Priyoranjanga Sir Bhagat Kagi session se. Aduga yamna most interestingly, akoigi kainoda concluding remark da akoigi kainoda di Sergi kainoda di Yaubi Kidraba aduga answer form the lakbi kibada akoigi adasri marang tem ke koi answer da akoigi intellectual singsina kramain to raga lakadage hai bagi porak kadage mainstream da porak pada akoigi decision je lawada hai bada Sir Priyoranjanga yamna pajaba rightful answer amakak pibi bado ngasai gi Sir Bhagat na jo haibi gi ba intellectual decision maker natabaduna maram oira kandu da makhoi du na di decision the pi bangam draga su decision maker da akhoi na pi dori ba pressure du di we intelligentsia we intellectual and we civil societies ne haibado ado yam phajaba part oira kandu session du ma yam phajana loisan gi bado that was very nice session. And in the second session then like we Kogi Dr. Homen Tangjam session do Dr. Homen Tangjam na yam phajana twist auraga pot loin pusalakna ba hona bigi yam nungaizai aduga Dr. Homen Tangjam session do the leiba aina haijaba tarakandu da masi aigi personal ne aduga ngasigi session animakta miss out torise akogi media gi part se. Role of media in concept of Manipur. This is very important nowadays. Media part say next time the amtang sinbi raktaraganda di media part sing say expert sing na masi pamchana thambirangani hai base agi achoba suggestion or request ne. Aduga atopa part amada na ngasagi doctor ama psychiatrist amana panbigi bada kogi homena thambigi ba part ta kogi nupi singi. Concept of women in the concept of Manipur. That is the biggest issue that should be discussed more than 2 days, I think. Akoi nupi sing sinaki dawi nupi issue si ke ino ngasi 2023 May 3rd tagi na ngasi bau thore iba issue si da 3rd May da mi gi mayum mai thaba 3rd May da mi hatpa adu dagi di kramaina tawge da nupi ani hatle hai bagi issue duna 3rd May ki issue dagi di hena chaw ki brain kalleba nupi ani do moi gang rap toraga hale or video viral torak padu da lakhi be issue do reaction and issue do that was very serious I think aduna maram oira kandu da nupi se not only in this case mani dagi di kai durani nupi sing sina khangbra haibra jo khangde khongau se pinupi do panek session birani lambi da putho ani paisa khai halani adu dagi di any type of protest any type of movement is hagali si makhoi na tauri ba movement si right way da chatli bra natraga makhoi si instigate tauri bra natraga na makhoi si na karamba angle da role lauri ge what type of women leaders are there makhoi karamba wangang ba ngami ge achumba wangang ba ngamba nupi kana lairage this is very important. Aduga ikoina antaki parliamentary election sing ngasai session ani magna adum react na ki adida MP sing na masi solution porak pangam gani na traga ngamoy but nupi sing se achukimatik any issue da any movement da ngasi so swaito kan da nupi adum lairang gane ba maira pai bio so call adida da akoina haija doidi nupi sing du antaki contestants na nupi yaw deba. But by this very 2023 ki election census ki electoral roll phone ki badadi nupi na outnumber amuk oeb. Adu oragadi question ani se twist na rakadu ini ba koi na tau do ise. Adu ma aina part ani sima mathangi program da de ai at tauna bagi tamang to request tau jage. Aduga doctor some assistant professor from DMU mana hai ki bada koi sima de ai personal ni. I'm very much personal in this case. Oja Singh se ilit natte hai na. Oja Singh se ay oja ama oina ay isana ay ilit natte hai tarakanda di. Kanana ay gi knowledge kaino to khangbi doi no ba. Ay ngasi political elite lay social elite lay choice there koi some more research work I think need to be carried on. Aduga am seeing na haira kandu da adwai gi elite or non elite adwai do tok rakandu da yam nungai ba nungsiba ay gi personal experience makak thamjaram ge Farizudin or something like that. Ada mana de hae akoi kaino do kari kore mana hai bado oja ama oira kandu da oja oira ga larik pa batu e homen thangjam na su hai agai do da aina haining badi homen thangjam masamak se akoi ki Manipuri language and the planning department gine ai sabang na let taura kandu da akoi ki political science ki vocabulary da 5722 biggest vocabulary ne ba koi political science homen was in my team mayam hard working kano oi bane ba ma se adu mai taura kandu da dagi amuk su changsala kandu da ngasai gi advance increment phangde du tau de dai du da aina thamjaningi ba idea de advance increment phangba natraga phangda ba se sai si da amuk la kanda nationalism unity ki pot se am darkar oi re because while akoina thabak taura ba matung da sema binota is also here Nalini is here ade jo da akoi di probi loitring de advance increment adum phange ba kaigino da akoi group to yam unity oi ba aduna akoi probi loitring de advance increment adum phange then as an assistant professor or matung da associate ka bagi ado langna ra matung da just 15 years to rakandu da qualified college lecture laite matam da Ministry of Human Resources sina haire haina taura kandu da CM gi banglo da akoi satla kanda aiga isema binota ga gi kaino se biodata pi adu adum khudakta adum kaino taure eba akoi regular principal se call taure eba adum aduna aigi right track aigi right approach aduga aigi right thinking si punchal la kandu da concept of Manipur se mi pot khuding makna amaga yanaba mawong da akoi gi sinakari oigani haibado ngasai gi resource person mangana tarukna thambi gi ba idea do da sagat laba matungda khoi gi awatpa so chithaba mayam do Manipur Thinkers Forum na matungda amuk hanna supplement to bina ba suggestion amang khak tau jaramaga thank you once again.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your valuable remarks. And now we have come to an end of today's program. And thank you very much, everyone, for your valuable presence and joining us till the end of today's program. And finally, dinner is ready, so let's enjoy together. Luina na ngasigi Manipur Thinkers Forum na sinja langja duna siumba thaurama pangthok pibasi asimaksu Laiba prevailing situation siga yamna mari leina badugumba thauram amani tung tabadasu Manipur Thinkers Forum na asigumba Manipur gi tongan ba issue kayama pukhat piduna adumak Manipur gi thawdok wathok kayama da saruk sungsoi soidana hena yabigani haibagi chap chaba thajaba laijai thagachari thank you very much ngasi yeunedi tinbiri ba khwai punamaki mafamdagi kainena ba yathang nijari. Take care and good night. And may peace and normalcy restore in Manipur soon. Manipur imana yaipare. Thank you.